talking? Is it talking? Can you? Good morning, Joburg. Are we all awake? My name is Mitam Sari, and I'm your program director for the first half of the day. May we please all stand up so that our dignitaries can come to stage. We will all remain standing to sing the national anthem. May we all take our seats. Before we kick off for the day, I would like to call up to stage the safety officer who will cover the emergency protocols and briefing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paballo Makhalmele. I'm the venue safety manager. I am here to tell you briefly about the safety evacuation procedure. In case of any emergency, please remember, do not use the lifts or escalators. Proceed to the marked exit doors into the foyer where you just came in from, and then you'll find the trained marshals and also trained security officers that will direct you into our assembly point. For the bathrooms, you just go out, either on your right or your left, you'll find the bathrooms. Smoking terrace, you go out one floor down, you'll find the smoking terrace. Please remember, COVID is still around, so let's take precautions when coming to COVID regulations. Thank you. Do enjoy your day.
Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge our Honorable Mayor, all the Honorable MMCs and our MMC of Environment and Infrastructure and Services, our Honorable Michael San. I would also like to recognize our municipal manager, Mr. Christian Ellis, and also Ms. Chifularo Mashava, who is our Honorable Deputy, acting CEO of City Power, and our Chairperson of City Power, Ambassador Douglas Gibson, and all protocols observed. Energy is life, and life is energy. And through every crisis, there are many opportunities that are created. As we all battle today with energy security, load shedding, skyrocketing energy cost, climate change, governance issues, etc., the list goes on. There are, however, opportunities everywhere. We applaud the city for opening up the dialogue and hosting us for this first Joburg Energy Indaba. Hopefully, the first of many more to come. After the next 2 days, the city's intent is not just one of leaving everything as we had dialogue today, but then to move beyond dialogue and to create opportunities for the people of Joburg. And with all that said, I would like to hand over to Mr. Eros to officially open and welcome us for this awesome event.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Tian Ehlers and I'm the acting city manager, and it's my honor then to open and welcome this event for us. I would love to recognize our Honorable Mayor and her presence, our distinguished MMCs as well that are also present. We also have MMC visiting here from the next door neighbor municipality and metro, MMC Johnston, and then we have the Speaker of the Council is also here present today. I also noticed the Chief Whip present in the audience as well. But then I would like to continue then also then to acknowledge then the presence of the chair of the City Power Board and all the board members that are also present here this morning. Then also the acting CEO of City Power, Ms. Chifularo. She's also, where is she? Oh, she said she's going to hide behind the screens there until we call her up here. So I'm glad that you're also here. I need a bit of support here from the back. But then also other colleagues that are present here this morning, and it's specifically also from EISD, that is also the lead department supporting MMC Michael's son then, who is the driving force then behind this and led by the mayor then for this particular event. I also would like to express my appreciation then for all of these people on the stage then, that they will all assist us to welcome you to this special event. Each one of them has a very specific contribution to make, and I'm sure that you are looking forward to them. We have the executive mayor, who is the leader of the multi-party government that took over on the last elections that we had last year. And then in a very short time span, she managed then to, with her team of MMCs, set the agenda for us. And then this particular event was at the top of their agenda then to happen within the first 6 months of their, of their management of the administration and the city going forward. So we are here specifically then from her side, and you're going to hear from her as well. But then you also have MMC Michael's son here, that he is the responsible MMC for the portfolio that deals with energy and energy supply to the city, and he is really desperate from his perspective then to engage so that we can really put City Power then on a trajectory then that will lead to better service delivery in the city. He has on his shoulders then the responsibility then to deal with financial sustainability. And financial sustainability for us means two things. The one is to make sure that, that we collect the money for consumption in order that we can reinvest back into our capacity, but also in the maintenance of our infrastructure. And that's a very critical thing in the city that he's dealing with. But also from a financial sustainability perspective as well, he must make sure that what we ask for, the price that we charge for our electricity is also then affordable by the community. The second part then is that he's also responsible then for sustainability in terms of reducing the greenhouse gas footprint of the city. And this particular sector is a major contributor towards the greenhouse gas emissions in the city. So we also have various VIPs here today that has been invited by the distinguished guests on the stage, and I welcome them also all to the meeting, to the event today, and I'm looking forward to an engagement session where we can then discuss the policy frameworks of the city and the direction that the city should follow in terms of addressing the challenges that we face. And then the chair of the board, Ambassador Douglas Gibbs, is going to address you on why are we here. He's going to explain that to you in a few minutes' time then when it's his turn to address you. So from our side is that I welcome you all, and I am hoping that this opportunity that has been created by the city as a platform where we can really start engaging, and that we could then start to build a better roadmap for ourselves going forward. So from my side, I would like to conclude by saying is that let the conversation start, let the relationships be developed, and that we then build the necessary partnerships for the sake of our city, for the sake of our economy, and for the sake of the people of Johannesburg. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, City Manager. You know, we always take it for granted that everybody knows who City Power is. And I found that as we walking in the circles of the industry, a lot of people cannot differentiate to know the difference between City Power and Eskom. So, and I would like to just start by saying City Power is a customer-centric energy services company which is wholly owned by the City of Johannesburg, and it operates in a highly regulated environment. Its mandate is to provide sustainable, affordable, safe, and reliable energy to the citizens of Joburg. And in their doing, they need to make sure that they're doing it, providing it in a prompt and efficient manner, taking into account customer service at the heart of it, and being the preferred equal opportunity employer by developing and incentivizing their employees. In this, they also undertake that their business will be done in an environmentally acceptable manner. With that said, I would like to bring up onto the mic our Ms. Fulora Mashava, who's the current CEO of City Power. She will take us through the context of what needs to be happening over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director, and Ndimachiro Nivasworth. My name is Chiflaro Mashava, and I stand here in my capacity as the acting CEO for City Power. And I come to talk to you about reimagining energy to enable the golden opportunities in the City of Gold. Executive Mayor of Johannesburg, Councillor Dr. Mpopalazi, my MMC Michael Son, members of Mayoral Committee, and chairpersons of all committees of council, councillors that are with us today, members of City Power Board led by our board chair, Ambassador Douglas Gibson, colleagues at City Power, our key stakeholder, organized labor, SAMU and IMATU at City Power, esteemed industry guests, and most importantly, the 6 million residents of the City of Johannesburg present here today or watching us on our live stream. Allow me to express my appreciation for your attendance at the very first City of Johannesburg Energy Indaba, which was commissioned by our Honorable Executive Mayor. This Indaba, for us, is groundbreaking and is a demonstration of the city's commitment towards creating a prosperous city. Our Executive Mayor's State of the City address on the 21st of April 2022 was titled, "We are building a city of golden opportunities." We as City Power would like to express our excitement and commitment to building a city of golden opportunities with you. Madam Executive Mayor, in your recent State of City address, you tell us a story of a young girl who asked you the question, "Are you really going to change our future?" I can assure you that under the leadership of our MMC, Michael Son, the City Power Board, and many hardworking City Power employees, we are going to change that little girl's future. Now, coming to the electricity utility industry, it has been facing the biggest disruption since the first utility was built in 1882 by Thomas Edison, the inventor of the first light bulb. As we are here today, I do not know if when you woke up and you went to your light bulb, it switched on. And that's why we are here. There are many forces driving this disruption, but it is imperative that City Power does not become slow to respond to disruption. We have heard terms like the utility death spiral, used to suggest that the future for utilities such as ours is dead. And it is for these reasons that as City Power, we've actively participated in the industry dialogue, be it through AMEU or through any other associations and all the platforms that we've been given an opportunity to engage through. Our seasoned chief engineers, the likes of Mr. Paul Vermeulen, and our young and extremely capable engineers like Ifimwedi, also make a point of responding to calls from DMRE, NERSA, SALGA, and AMEU for comments on regulatory issues and changes coming in the electricity supply industry. We are in the energy transition. It is not something that we choose to participate in or not. The energy transition is happening whether we like it or not, and it is up to us to see the opportunities that we can leverage to make our city that city of opportunities for all. For today, please allow me to borrow from the concept of the energy trilemma. When we speak about the energy transition, the energy trilemma is the concept that really brings the old and the new. So I come before you to say, as City Power, we've looked at issues of energy security, energy affordability, and energy sustainability. Now, starting with energy security, if I may elaborate on the City Power perspective. Now, we procure 90% of our power from Eskom. Eskom has been facing load shedding, we all know this, since 2007. The reports have indicated at some point that they see load shedding carrying on possibly for the next 5 years. Now, if you look at the research by the likes of CSIR, is an indication that load shedding keeps on increasing year on year. We've got gaps in terms of capacity. And Eskom is cited saying that unless we are ready with additional capacity, we are all going to have problems. So therefore, we come before you as City Power to say, we are here to ensure that there's energy security for the residents and businesses within the city of Johannesburg. Energy affordability. It is painful to note the studies that have been done that indicates that if you take the period for the past 10 years, 2011 to 2021, you are looking at over 174% increase in energy. Now, if you look at our city and you look at the needs of our people, this cannot be affordable. It is for that reason that we are quite thankful that the executive mayor took it upon herself to work with us as we challenged Eskom through the NERSA processes that then allowed us not to have such absorbent increases. Now, the Eskom CEO is reported to have said that Eskom needs a cost-reflective tariff. Now, for a fleet of power stations that is getting older and requiring more cash to service, a cost-reflective tariff implies continuous increases for electricity supplied. Now, we've got this dependency on Eskom. We procure 90% of our power from them. It therefore means as their prices go up, we are then forced to pass those prices through to our customers. We absolutely have to do things differently. That is why we are here at City Power today. The third leg of the trilemma talks to energy sustainability. Again, 90% comes from Eskom. Their primary energy source happens to be coal. The 10% we procure from Kelvin. Their primary energy source happens to be coal. So in the past, some of us used to think that this was only an issue for the environmental activists. But we have seen in recent years that investors are becoming more sensitive about environmental sustainability as well. There was an article in the Sunday Times on the 11th of November 2019 where we read that Sosol's institutional investors, who included Old Mutual Investment Group, Sanlam Investments, Abex, Coronation, Aeon, Mergence, they wanted transparency on annual emissions totals and wanted to link emissions to executive pay. We have seen FirstRand, who owns FNB and Westbank, announcing that they will no longer be financing new coal power stations and also will not provide direct financing for new coal mines. Our customers are also looking at us to ensure that we go green. We are thankful that some of the suppliers have actually taken this call and are supporting the pledge towards low carbon future by committing to provide low carbon products. We see it in the technology space with the likes of Ericsson and Huawei, who are also here with us today. As I wrap up the energy trilemma, I recognize that our customers have started moving. They are already embracing the energy transition. Most of our customers are installing PV solar on their rooftop. Now here's the thing. At City Power, we applaud our customers for doing that. And we come here today to say, We want to partner with our customers on that journey. And it is for that reason that we are also making a call to the private sector to also partner with us in terms of this energy transition. This partnership will be for energy security, so that we deal with the capacity constraints that City Power is faced with, so that we deal with the impacts of load shedding together. This partnership will be for energy sustainability, so that we reduce the impacts on the environment. And of course, it will be for energy affordability, so that at the end of the day, electricity becomes available for everyone. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, when we look at the context of the energy transition and the many other challenges we face, as City Power, we are saying, let us collectively reimagine energy. So let us use today to share ideas and answer some of the following questions. How do we diversify our supply and portfolio? Perhaps City Power should not just be about distributing energy. City Power should not just be about procuring energy where the primary source comes from coal. Maybe City Power must also diversify into even product lines. That's something that we should be looking at. How do we use technology as an enabler for this transition? And how do we secure our infrastructure from vandalism and cable theft? We are thankful today that we've got researchers and industry organizations, we've got IPPs in our midst, we've got technology providers, we've got investors and funders, and ultimately each and every one of you, our attendees. We look forward to an amazing and energized 2 days as we set the foundation to build a golden city that provides affordable and sustainable energy to businesses and residents at large. I thank you, Nakens.
Did we hear the call? How do we change that little girl's future? How do we create a city with an opportunities for all? How do we ensure that we have an energy trilemma whereby we have reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy? And I'm sure sitting in this room amongst us, there are business people, researchers, lawyers, financiers who can make that dream come true. City Power has a unitary board which consists of executive and non-executive directors. The board is led by an independent non-executive chairperson who ensures that the board exercises its independent oversight role. I will now call upon our ambassador, Douglas Gibson, who is the chairperson of City Power's board.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm delighted on behalf of City Power to welcome our Mayor, MMC, City Manager, you've already heard from him, and you've already heard from our Acting CEO. I'd also like to welcome the visiting councillors, our own councillors, MMCs, members of the board of City Power, and all of the rest of you who are VIPs. Some of us have got these things on. We need that to tell you that we're very important, but you're very important to us because you're here. We were hoping to attract about 500 delegates, and in fact we've got several more than that. We've had to squeeze them in at the last minute, but let me say to you, please don't worry, we're going to give you a good lunch and you won't have to stop at McDonald's on the way home because you're hungry. I only became the chairperson of the Board of Directors of City Power on the 15th of February this year. When MMC Michael's son, and by the way, MMC stands for Member of the Mayoral Committee, and he's in charge of EISD, that portfolio. he approached me and asked me if I would consider joining the board. I didn't hesitate, largely because I've known him and followed his career for many years, and his work ethic is prodigious. He is also kind and generous and easy to work with. When I was appointed chairperson a few days later, I was also glad to serve our single shareholder, the Mayor, Dr. Mpho Palazzi, who's impressed all of us with her own energy, work ethic, and all-round ability to face and meet the requirements of running a great city like ours. I must share with you the fact, though, that several of my friends laughed when they heard I was joining City Power. One or two told me I was mad, and one said to me that the two most unpopular companies in South Africa are Eskom and City Power Johannesburg. Now, after 2 generations in law, in politics, in administration, and in diplomacy, this sounded just the sort of challenge that I would welcome. And together, we are going to transform City Power into a successful 21st century energy company able to give our citizens the service to which they are entitled and make the city and Johannesburg proud. For the moment, though, I settled those skeptical friends of mine by telling them that if the lights work as they're doing now, then it's me. If they go off and they don't work, I've got nothing to do with it because I'm a non-executive director. The people to blame are Shifalaro and our MMC. And that's worked like a charm, but nobody's phoned me yet to compliment me when the lights are on. I'm just waiting for that. One of the pleasant surprises of this position that I'm so privileged to hold has been the fact that I've been able to work with some of the very best executives that I've come across in a very long career. You know, sometimes one hears all about people at state-owned enterprises and government officials and municipal officials. Well, my experience has been that senior officials of City Power are really quite outstanding, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to work with them. City Power has 4 imperatives in my view. They are firstly to provide a reliable supply of electricity to our customers. Secondly, to make a profit, to enable the city of Johannesburg to do all the good things it would like to do and which the citizens of a great modern city demand. Thirdly, to comply with the mayoral and council directives and strategies. And fourthly, to conduct a business that's forward-looking, up-to-date, and observes all the ESG requirements, environmental, social, and governance, so that our ethical impact and sustainability are assured. To achieve these imperatives, City Power needs to make a mighty effort. The City of Johannesburg, through City Power, intends embarking on a journey to inboard alternative energy solutions into our grid systems, primarily through renewable energy technologies. The aim is to enhance energy security and alleviate the enormous challenges of continuous energy interruptions. We've invited to this event speakers who will cover many themes, including alternative energy solutions, theft and vandalism of the electricity network, battery storage, waste to energy, and research and development in the sector. The Indaba is intended to gather all relevant and related stakeholders in the sustainable energy industry for their collective insight in order to endeavour to address current and future energy challenges to the city. In coping with all of these challenges, City Power has to keep its eye on the future. It has to transform from a simple distributor of electricity fed to us mostly by Eskom and partly by the 50 to 70-year-old Kelvin power station. It has to become an energy provider, and that's where everybody here comes in. That's why we're holding this energy Indaba. City Power cannot do this all by itself. We need the support of the whole IPP community, of our customers, of the business and industrial community, many of whom must be converted from consumers to prosumers. Those are people who help supply. We are looking for innovation, for new thinking, for new ways of doing business, for public-private partnerships. This event will provide an opportunity for the invited companies to highlight their technologies and possible solutions. City Power plans to gather these inputs, prioritize the RFP documents to go out to the market as part of rolling out the energy mix strategy, as well as best practice vandal and theft-proof technologies. The latter is a problem faced by every municipality in South Africa and by Eskom and the railways. You may have seen estimates of the price our economy pays as a result of this theft. The figure is in the realm of tens of billions of rand each year. We need practical strategies. We need, as I say, a new approach. We need to face the problems, the challenges that we have, and we need national strategies, cooperation with our own JMPD, the SAPs at provincial and national level, and the active interest of the Ministers of Police, Trade and Industry, Transport, Cooperative Government, to name a few. Our Mayor is taking a close personal interest in this whole question and has already taken initiatives aimed at getting us away from hand-wringing and towards concrete action. MMC's son is leading efforts to obtain the support and cooperation of local communities who are the main sufferers when the lights are out for days or weeks as a result of the criminal acts of others. The topics in this Indaba are covered in the program. I think they're interesting and some of them are very exciting. They go all the way from alternative power producers right down to funding. And don't underestimate the importance of the funding of all of this. Because if we're going to make money, that's City Power, if you're going to make money as independent power producers, we need to cooperate and we need each other. We hope that the opportunities that are opening up will be taken up by those who are able to help us and themselves in this exciting and very challenging effort. Of course, we as custodians of public money have to observe all the laws and regulations and supply chain management requirements, but that does not mean that we will strangle you or ourselves in red tape. I said I was delighted to welcome you, and I certainly am that. I'll be even more delighted when some of you come forward with offers and business propositions. What I'm saying, what we're saying as City Power, and what the City of Johannesburg is saying is City Power is open for business. I thank you.
You heard the ambassador and the chair. City Power is open for business. Good governance is at the heart of transforming City Power into a world-class 21st century company. We've heard of the 4 imperatives, and we also heard that City Power also needs to make money. But then they've also acknowledged that we can make that money together. So as we are sitting here, we are looking forward to getting those proposals for those public-private partnerships. We've heard that there will be RFPs that will be coming out to the market. So please get yourself ready, because the future is now. Alternative energy is the future. We need to get Kelvin Power Station working. I don't know how many times has Kelvin Power changed hands. But then anyway, we hope that under this new leadership, City Power, Kelvin Power will transform itself from maybe a coal power station, maybe to an alternative source. The funders who are in the room today, we need solutions from you. And I would like to call upon Councillor Michael San, MMC of Environment and Infrastructure Services, to set the scene for us. Councillor San has served the city's residents as a councillor since 2006 and is serving his 4th term in the council. He was also previously MMC for Public Safety from 2016 to 2019, where the city became remarkably safer and experienced a crime reduction. The MMC is tasked with steering the department to bring the city's residents and businesses efficient and tangibly improved services. The EISD is at the coalface of service delivery and is responsible for City Power, Johannesburg Water, and Pick It Up, the city's entities that play a key role in service delivery. The department is also responsible for the protection, conservation, and management of the environment through the implementation of regulatory mechanisms and oversight of the cities and other municipal-owned entities.
Good morning. Thank you, Program Director, for that wonderful introduction. We will give you free electricity for 3 months. If the lights work. Good morning, Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Dr. Mpho Phalatse, our fellow MMCs. I see my MMCs here in full support of this project. I really want to say thank you. And of course, let me not forget our Speaker of Council, Councillor Vesco da Gama, our Chief Whip of Council, Panel of Mayors, my fellow MMC from the City of Tshwane, MMC Daryl Johnston, Chairperson, Ambassador Douglas Gibson, and your board members, our Acting City Manager, Tian Yillis. Of course, I cannot go without mentioning my Acting CEO of City Power that you have all met. Councillors, officials, I think most importantly, our residents are with us today and also watching on the various platforms. And good morning to you too, delegates. Thank you very much for being here. I'm sure the mayor will tell you about how we came about into this room, but it was really a journey. It started with my marching orders from my executive mayor. It was really simple. Number one, keep the lights on, keep the taps running, and keep the streets clean. Easier said than done. Johannesburg probably has one of the most difficult energy crises compared to other metropolitans. So when Eskom says that you are going to have stage 2 load shedding, it is a stage 4 in the city of Johannesburg. And I'll explain to you why. If you compare the number of residents that we have in the city, the number of businesses we have in the city, the number of lives and livelihoods we have in the city of Johannesburg, you begin to understand that stage 2 is not stage 2 in Johannesburg, but we suffer a loss between estimated 60 billion and 120 billion across the country. Now you can imagine if we could use that money that we suffer as a loss in building our economy, investing into our infrastructure. But when the mayor said to me, let's have an energy Indaba. So this is really her brainchild. It was her initiative, it was her idea, her project. And she told me what we needed to do exactly to ensure that we bring the market leaders, the academics, the industry role players, big and small, your independent power producers, those best minds in the sector to come tell us what we need to do to bridge the gap of where we are now and where we want to be. It is not an easy task, Executive Mayor. I want to assure you that as we speak, there are businesses and households currently without electricity. And it is our work and our job to ensure that we move away from the dependency of Eskom. And how do we do that? We as government officials and politicians should never sit in our ivory towers and believe whatever we come out at the end of the day in a boardroom will be the best for our residents. We need to go out there and engage with the best minds, as I said. The second thing that I want to share with you is that City Power alone records a shocking monthly increase in cable theft and vandalism. Just in April, we recorded 168. In March, 144 incidences. City Power spends 150 million rand, in fact more than that, acting CEO and chairperson, in the protection of our infrastructure. Indeed, I've started what we call infrastructure protection night patrols. We've gone out to the community members, CPFs, community patroller groups. I see my MMC for public safety easier. So I'm speaking to my colleagues to say that we need all the support that we need to go out. And together, we must make sure that the criminals fear us and not the other way around. And again, the monies that we are spending on protecting our infrastructure, we can use instead to invest into a better service for our residents. As a true politician, we always like to bring in a quote by some famous person or person from history. Now, acting CEO stole my quote from Edison. They invented the light bulb. So I had to quickly sit there and look for an alternative quote. I couldn't find any. But I've always had this vivid memory of a photo that was taken by Tesla, or of Tesla, Nikola Tesla. Not the Tesla of Elon Musk, but the Tesla that was the scientist, the inventor. I could always remember as a child that he sat there alone in his laboratory, at his desk. He was writing or he was reading some documents, and behind him there was this huge structure with sparks of electricity. Now, he was a pioneer in his days where he had to sit alone and think of how to enhance the energy of electricity. And of course, we are the generation that now receives the benefit. Very much so. That photo will now be my quote before I introduce the mayor to the stage, to say that the scientists before us, the role players, the stakeholders, pretty much like yourself sitting in the audience today, we were alone, wanting to make things work. But it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. This is where we need to stand together and ensure that the city of Johannesburg is not a city of darkness. As much as we are reliant on Eskom for now, but the strategy that we want to go ahead and forge forward will certainly be, as what I've mentioned to you earlier on, to keep the lights on, to keep the taps running, and keep our streets clean. Harnessing resources and ingenuity of the private sector. And very soon, this stage, the platform will belong to you. We want to sit where you are seated now to listen to you and advise us what is the best for the residents of the city of Johannesburg and what is the best for the city of Joburg. Now, I know you all know the executive mayor well. There's little I can do to introduce her, but I had the pleasure of working with our now executive mayor, but formerly as the MMC for Health and Social Development. And she's always struck me as a person that would initiate ideas and goes beyond that to actually implement and execute what she was thinking. You all know that she's a medical doctor by profession, so she's always had this healing heart and hands in the best interest of our residents. And I think this is exactly the attitude she's adopted. I think if I could share this small story, Mayor, if you allow me, that before the elections last year, I met the mayor, we had coffee, we discussed many things, including life and what is the choice going ahead into the elections. Now, she could have adopted a cushy life or going back to her medical practice as a medical doctor. I could have gone back, not so cushy, but a livable life of an attorney. But we both decided that we're going to make the sacrifice, no matter the outcome of the election, to continue to serve the residents of the city of Johannesburg. And certainly we are here today with a team of MMCs and councillors. We are not going to step back. In fact, we'll move forward to ensure that the lives of our residents are not only improved, but are much better than yesterday and the year before. So, Program Director, I don't know where you are. I don't know, it was purposefully to keep the room so dark today, to make you feel that this is what load shedding is like. Before I hand to the Program Director to formally bring the Mayor to the podium, I want to say thank you. The vote of thanks closure is tomorrow, but please allow me to say thank you for taking up this opportunity to be here, to share with us what ideas and proposals, supplies and products we have. As the chairperson, Ambassador Gibson, said, we are open for business. We're not going to shy away from the best service there is in the industry, but I want to assure you that these businesses will be done honestly, transparently, and to the best interests of our residents. Program Director? So, having said that, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to say thank you once more, and I'll hand over to the Director to bring on the Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MMC. We had it all. Crime is impacting our energy security, and we all need to work together in combating it. And we all need to work together to make sure that the city of Joburg is not the city of darkness. With that said, and with those beautiful introductory remarks around the mayor, our first female and one of many women city mayors to come, I call Mpopalat.
Thank you, Program Director.
Apologies. I wanted to say the media, after she speaks, please do not leave. There will be a media setting in the media room. The organizers will usher you there so that we can have a media briefing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for putting your hand up. I think that's what I heard you say when you said the first of many females, female mayors in the city of Joburg, so you never know. Good morning, Program Director, members of the Mayoral Committee here present, the Speaker of Council, the Whip of Council, the Chair of Chairs is also here. I think I've seen her walk in, even though it's a bit dark. Yes, Councillor Colleen Makubela, welcome and thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Chairperson of City Power, the CEO, Acting City Manager, distinguished guests, members of the media present, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it's true what MMC San has said. I was elected to the position of mayor on the 22nd of November 2021, and for the first 3 weeks of my tenure, I had no MMCs. And in that time, I was expected to run the whole city single-handedly, and most of my time was spent on energy issues in the city of Johannesburg. In that 3 weeks, I had an engagement with City Power. I had engagements with some independent power producers to try and understand what's available out there. In that time, we had engagements with residents, councillors, very angry residents and councillors because of constant power outages. And I realized that for us to succeed in the next 5-year term, we're going to have to stabilize power supply in the city of Johannesburg. But I also realized how much it would take, and I realized that we would not be able to do it alone. And that's how this idea was birthed, to invite all of you to come and join hands with the city in an area that we have hogged as the city for far too long, because we were afraid to let go of our revenue stream. Much of our revenue is generated through energy distribution in the city. And because of that fear, we've not allowed the private sector to come in and assist us. But the reality is that our ratepayers are becoming impatient with the city. And if we lose our ratepayers, we lose the revenue in any case. But also, Johannesburg is a city of golden opportunities. It is an economic hub, not only in South Africa, but on the African continent. And you cannot have an economic hub that does not have adequate, uninterrupted power supply. And so this is one of our key priorities in the current administration for the Joburg multi-party government, as outlined in our 7 mayoral priorities. I've been having one-on-ones with various departments and entities in preparation for the tabling of the IDP and the budgets in a few days. And City Power came through for their one-on-one, and they presented to us their plan to stabilize energy supply in the city. And it costs 26 billion rands. Now, to give you perspective, our total capital budget for the next financial year, starting on the 1st of July, is 7.7 billion rands. That's the total budget. That's including electricity, water infrastructure, roads infrastructure, social infrastructure, and various other amenities. There is no way, as the city alone, we will be able to turn around the energy supply situation in Johannesburg. It gives me great pleasure, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, to address you on the occasion of our first Energy Indaba, hosted by the city of Johannesburg. As I reflect back on the 21st of April, 2022, during the occasion of my inaugural State of the City address, in addition to outlining the 7 mayoral priorities of the Joburg multi-party government, I announced that we'd be hosting this Energy Indaba in May 2022 to resolve the energy crisis that's facing the city. I'm eternally grateful to my team, to MMC San, to the chairperson of City Power, newly elected in February, to our CEO, acting CEO, Mayor Chifularo Mashava, another Mbokodo, that's really taken on this challenge head on and is doing exceptionally well. Our acting city manager, who is the substantive executive director for environment and infrastructure, and this is something very close to his heart, and the team and everybody else that's been so supportive, including my office, in making this Energy Indaba a reality. Our country has been grappling with several pressing questions regarding our energy future, because energy impacts all spheres of our daily lives. Recently, we've seen how geopolitical factors, mainly the war between Russia and Ukraine, have led to the rise in gas prices. On the local front, we've been warned to expect another high increase in the petrol price in June 2022 as national government reinstates the levy on the fuel price. As we are gathered here for the past few days, Eskom has subjected us to stage 2 of load shedding every day between 5 p.m. and 10 p.m. In 2022, the volume of electricity produced by Eskom fell well below the level that was produced in 2004. I don't have to remind you of the tariff increases that have been imposed on the electricity end user, and it's well established that Eskom's price path is not sustainable for the end user, and we're seeing this with the culture of non-payment amongst some of our rate-paying areas. This has a devastating impact on our plans as a city because without cost-effective and reliable power, our city economy is unable to realize its true potential. The city consequently has had to answer the following vexing questions. What are our energy requirements? And to what extent do we continue to rely on Eskom? What are the infrastructure requirements, including power generation plants, pipelines, distribution and transmission wires? What are the enablers for this infrastructure, particularly legislative and institutional arrangements that will open up these sectors? A key consideration as we face this uncertain future is how the City of Johannesburg responds to safeguard our economy in the face of these largely exogenous factors. The Joburg multi-party government adopted the golden start as we drive the 7 mayoral priorities. Our energy stance is premised on the sustainable energy strategy, which will introduce an energy mix, which includes independent power producers and small-scale energy generators. Against this background, the City of Johannesburg is indeed entering the most exciting energy era in our history. It's exciting because indications are that the city is positioning itself to become more energy independent with less reliance on Eskom for our power needs. Clean energy provided by independent power producers will not only improve the city's energy security, but also respond positively to the climate change imperative. And if you're aware, I've just recently been elected to be one of the 2 Africa Vice chairs for C40 cities, driving climate change initiatives across the continent and providing leadership. This puts pressure on us as Johannesburg to get moving so we can show others how to do it. The traditional power delivery model that the City of Johannesburg has been relying on is being disrupted by technological developments related to new systems. We cannot assume anymore that our power will solely be generated by Eskom. Instead, more and more alternative energy models have come through, and as the city, we're forced to recognize so-called embedded generation as a serious option. For the city to be able to meet its energy requirements in the shortest possible time, very close collaboration is necessary with the private sector for the requisite investments to materialize. The city recognizes that we don't have the funding to keep up with the required investment in power infrastructure. Hence, private-public partnerships are seen as the most feasible way forward. This is in keeping with our 4th priority of a business-friendly city. The power sector generally, including embedded generation, energy storage, and smart grids, could leverage huge investment in our city and enable us to create the jobs that we desperately need. Power disruptions and load shedding have adverse repercussions on the priorities espoused by the City of Johannesburg multi-party government. For example, to address our 5th priority, which relates to creating an inclusive city and promoting inclusivity through various interventions, an integrated approach is required. As I said earlier, we will not be able to do this alone as the city. Our partnership with you is going to be key if we're going to realize this objective. The upgrading of informal settlements to level 3 also includes giving our poorest of the poor in informal settlements the energy security that they need. And this will need to happen through our very intentional investment in alternative energy sources that will be affordable even for the poorest of the poor. And we're hoping that you can help us to achieve that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to pledge our commitment to you as the multi-party government in the city of Johannesburg that we will indeed take hands with you to turn around the energy situation in Johannesburg. We will be looking at what is happening at a national level, in the private sector and various other sectors of society, and we will find alignment where necessary so that we work together towards providing the leadership locally and being an example on the rest of the continent. Just looking at public-private partnerships, for us to be able to meet our energy requirements, we will need to work with you. Power disruptions and load shedding have adverse repercussions on the priorities espoused by our multi-party government. We will need to go into our informal settlements and continue to give our people the dignity that they need through consistent energy supply. Without this approach, residents in informal settlements will continue to use environmentally harmful energy sources like firewood, coal, thus degrading the air quality in these areas. We are aware that not all power disruptions are caused by load shedding because some are caused by the deliberate and criminal damage to infrastructure. Cable theft is particularly problematic and it needs to be tackled head on. Our second priority, which is about a safer city, becomes a critical pillar for building an inclusive city. The fifth priority that I've outlined, hence the need for these priorities to be implemented in an integrated fashion. I must say, we've been dealing in the last few weeks with cases of theft and vandalism of infrastructure, and I must really commend our national leadership as well as our provincial leadership, particularly in law enforcement, that have held hands with us and assisted us to fight this theft and vandalism of infrastructure. Minister Becky Cele, State Security Agency, the Hawks, as well as our Provincial Commissioner Mawela, have really been forthcoming, and we're beginning to see a reduction in the number of incidents. But it's clear in my mind that similar integration needs to be considered in relation to other priorities of the Joburg multi-party government. Given the city's energy requirements, let's now look at some of the energy options that are under consideration. The lack of gas infrastructure with pipelines and storage facilities beyond what's provided by Egoli Gas and Sasol has made it impossible for gas to feature as a major energy carrier in the city's energy mix. To expand the gas market for the residential, commercial, and industrial sectors as a key component of the city's energy mix requires that infrastructure must be built in anticipation of the gas market. Every modern metropolis has an extensive gas infrastructure in place, and the city of Johannesburg cannot continue to be an exception. The sourcing of the gas molecules is a key factor in unlocking the gas economy, and we're closely watching developments relating to the gas master plan under development by national government. The prospect for gas to displace the utilization of electricity for cooking and for space heating is worthwhile given its cost effectiveness and efficiency relative to electricity utilization for the end user. In the agenda of discussion at the Energy Indaba, I'm hopeful that some of the discourse will be directed at finding a viable gas energy option for the city of Johannesburg. I know that there's already some liquefied nitrogen gas in our setting. Very exciting to see the growth of this industry and to see possibility in what we can do with some of these partners on the ground. If one considers the renewable energy program under the Integrated Resource Plan, an accompanying storage technology program will make the combination of the renewable technology with storage a viable option going into the future. To date, South Africans across all municipalities have installed an estimated 200 megawatts of rooftop PV systems, according to the energy regulator, NERSA. As wholesale electricity tariffs rise, we can expect more rooftop PV systems to be installed. I've already said that we've hogged the space for the longest time for fear of losing our revenue. And yes, as we see people move onto renewable energy sources on their own, it does threaten to reduce the city's energy revenues, and we're best advised to then take a proactive stand in providing alternative energy solutions for our residents, which is exactly what we hope to achieve through this Indaba. The adoption of storage technologies based on battery systems or other options continues to grow as they become relatively cost-effective. Small-scale embedded generation through biomass, biogas, and municipal waste are areas holding great potential for creating a circular economy around waste management. But we've hardly seen investment of sizable quantity in that space. Technologies are available for these resources to be added to the generation mix at small sub-utility scale. Given the number of sites operated by the city for processing waste, this potential energy source needs to be explored. City Power has experience in regard to procuring power from independent power producers. And I think the program director also mentioned Calvin Power, who we get 10% of our energy from. Whilst Calvin Power is a fossil-fired power plant within the jurisdiction of the city, more clean energy generators need to be procured to augment Eskom supply. And as the program director said, Calvin also has the option to consider migrating to more clean green energy forms. As the world moves toward a less carbon-intensive economy, the city cannot be left behind. Initiatives like the Hydrogen Valley Initiative, focusing on green hydrogen production in various parts of South Africa, the quest for electrified freight transportation and mining haulage, and as I already indicated, the need to find a lasting thermal energy carrier solution for our residential sector, all make it worthwhile for the city to pursue the hydrogen economy. South Africa has all the requisite primary energy sources for this initiative, including an abundance of platinum and other catalysts necessary for hydrogen fuel cell development, and we're therefore bullish about the hydrogen economy within the city. Whilst renewable energy technologies like wind and solar are very attractive due to their almost zero variable cost, criticisms generally refer to their inability to supply power continuously during the day and night and the difficulty of grid integration. City Power has started rolling out smart meters to some extent as part of a platform for smart grid systems. For a balanced and safe interconnected power system to be operated sustainably, the intermittent power generators have to be integrated and controlled through smart technologies that allow power to flow bidirectionally between a generator and a load. Smart grids comprise of smart meters, smart appliances, renewable energy sources, and energy-efficient sources to facilitate erstwhile impossible electricity load flows. Ladies and gentlemen, while we believe that we're in a position to overcome our energy challenges as a city, this will take time, and the plan that I spoke about earlier that City Power brought to us was an 8-year plan to 2030. In the meantime, how do we respond to the ensuing supply shortages, and how do we respond to load shedding? Energy efficiency is a very effective response. I want to believe that all of us here own or use electrical appliances like a kettle, a television, a fridge, a washing machine, etc. If we use these appliances in a more energy efficient manner, this could save us money in the face of increasing power tariffs and load shedding. It's for this reason that the city must intensify awareness raising among our community about saving energy and saving money. Now, energy saving is quite easy, but there's a need to raise awareness and to educate our people around it. And some of the things people could consider is boiling only as much water as you need instead of boiling a full pot or kettle every time. It's using energy-efficient lighting, switching off lights, fans, air conditioners in unoccupied areas, closing the door every time you take things out of the fridge and also checking that it seals properly, reducing the temperature of your geyser to around 55 degrees Celsius so you don't need to add too much cold water when you shower or do the dishes, and closing the windows and doors when the heater is on. Insofar as the legislative and regulatory framework that enable the energy options I have outlined, we do not believe that there are fatal impediments to our plans for the city's energy sector. A municipality is allowed to determine whether they're in a position to buy any power from embedded generators as opposed to Eskom's generation monopoly. And I think, as I've already mentioned, the city is already procuring some energy from Calvin Power Station. The Integrated Resource Plan also makes provision for embedded generation to the extent of 200 megawatts annually. This allows municipalities to procure small-scale generators through alternative generation technologies and to diversify the supply base. NERSA's licensing framework provides that for any generator below 100 megawatts, a license is not required, and instead a registration process is prescribed. All these considerations make it possible for the city to realize our energy aspirations. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you all for participating in this Energy Indaba as we seek your counsel in finding solutions for our energy problems. And I hope that the deliberations that will follow will unlock ideas about implementation, including financing, institutional arrangements, as I've already highlighted, our fear of losing revenue, skills development, job creation, safety and security in the face of our theft and vandalism challenges, and the role that the city could play in the private-public partnership models with the private sector. We need to look at all viable options to enable the achievement of our objectives. The city of Johannesburg currently is serving over 6 million residents, and all of them are looking to us to give them a true city of golden opportunities, a city of gold whose shine is restored. And I believe that this will be a starting point for us to not only be able to achieve on priority one of getting the basics right, but for us to be able to achieve on every single one of the other priorities of a safe and secure city, a caring city, a business-friendly city, an inclusive city, a well-run city, and a smart city. Not forgetting the green thread that runs through all of them as we continue to chase green and clean solutions towards developing our city of Johannesburg. Looking forward to all the deliberations, and I wish you very fruitful interactions. Thank you very much.
Mbokodo has spoken. Honorable Mayor Dr. Mpho Phalatse, I was reminded by one of the members of the audience that I must not forget that she is a doctor. As you speak, I shiver. And we thank you for the sacrifices that you have made, leaving a sterling profession to make sure that you are right up there for public duty. And it's an example of all of us as we sit here. I know most of us are chasing that dream and that money, but then it will not happen if we do not all put in the sacrifices so that our cities are run in a manner that we want. As we are reminded of those 6 priorities, a safe city, a caring city, a business-friendly city, an inclusive city, a well-run city, and a smart one. The price path, we were reminded of Eskom, is unsustainable. Without a cost-effective, reliable power, the city will not be able to meet its true potential. And partnership, partnership, partnership. In these dire moments, as we are thinking things are wrong, there is opportunities, gas, utility-scale renewable energy, embedded generation, storage, hydrogen, smart grid, energy efficiency. And the city has decided, unlike Sony, there will be like an Apple. Steve Jobs decided to cannibalize an iPod when he created an iPhone. They're not going to be scared that they are going to be losing revenue, but they have decided to partner with us to be proactive in delivering a working city. Thank you very much. We are going to be breaking for 15 minutes tea break. Tumi will be coming to the front to be ushering the delegates to the 4th floor, committee room 1. And I remind only delegates and the media will be going there. And for us, tea is served. May we all be back at 11:05. Thank you.
yes, I'm saying.
We are all fired up. Can I have the next speakers, all of them, to the podium? May I please invite all the next speakers to the podium? Thank you very much. We are about to start. What an amazing morning we just had. And I would like to continue to acknowledge our members of the legislature of the COJ. We have in the room our speaker, Councillor Vasco da Gama. We've got our chair of chairs, another Mbogoto, Colleen Makubela. We've got our chief whip, Tyrell Mayers. We've got our chairpersons of Section 79 committees. They are all here, 17 of them, and all of our distinguished other councillors. We also have our union leaders and members. I have already acknowledged the executive mayor and our acting city manager, and we also have in the room our MMC of finance, our MMC of development and planning, our MMC of community development, our MMC of public safety, our MMC of group corporate shared services, our MMC of economic development, our MMC, and we have board members and chairpersons of other municipal entities. We also have heads of various other departments, and we also would like to acknowledge all the officials of the city. As we continue with our program, we are going to be having a presentation on an energy vision for the future of Joburg. And that we are going to be presented by Mr. Thomas Gardner, who is currently the president of the South African Independent Power Producers Association. And about the company, the goals of the Independent Power Association of South Africa are to promote the collective interests of IPPs in South Africa, to assist with the public policy formation and implementation, and to serve as a platform for information disinformation to its members. And with that said, may we please have Mr. Thomas Gardner.
Good morning. An energy vision for the future of Joburg. And we can also call it the tagline, Back to the Future. I believe in creating a future and then live in that future rather than waiting for somebody else to create it for you. I'm therefore going to take you and we're going to stand in 2025 and we're going to look back and we're going to say what has changed since 2022 when load shedding and archaic energy policy has led to stagnation in economic growth and the destruction of jobs. So let's look at 2025. Joe Black is sipping a gin and tonic at Charlie and Gerald's Town Treasures on Gandhi Square in central Joburg. An app on his smartphone informs him that his household is low on electricity. He decides to buy 600 kilowatt hours of electricity from the Pitfontein solar facility in Gauteng and 500 kilowatt hours of electricity from Haverfontein wind farm in Mpumalanga. Both these IPP facilities are 51% black owned with 15% local community ownership. 2.5% of the revenue from these facilities are contributed to a Just Energy Transition Fund to support Mpumalanga coal workers and communities in the region to transition from coal-fired power to renewables. Using the drop-down menu on his app, he chooses to buy free basic electricity for 3 indigent households in Alexandra. In recognition of his contribution, Joe receives e-coins, which he uses to charge his Mercedes-Benz electric vehicle. Sipho Mbenya, at the same time, catches an e-taxi from Alex to central Joburg to go and sell fresh fruit and vegetables from his pop-up stand on Gandhi Square. His traveling costs reduced dramatically as e-taxis charge for free at various Joburg taxi ranks if they use renewable energy. The funds which he saved from this, he uses to expand his business and he tenders on various supply contracts. Due to Sipho's increased economic activity, he started using more electricity and is now above the monthly free basic electricity cap. He buys additional electricity on a slide scale where the tariff increases as he uses more. It is carefully monitored by a smart meter, not a dumb smart meter. And his electricity supplier, which is an IPP, contributes rand for rand with Sipho to fund his life insurance policy. Joe, on the other hand, is working for a corporate in Sandton, one of those who moved from central Joburg during the COVID pandemic. He parks his Mercedes-Benz electric vehicle in the basement and plugs it in to supply some of his competitively priced green electricity to his employer's corporate office at peak time, decreasing their maximum demand. As part of it, he sells some of his renewable energy certificates to his employer to support their ESG drive. It feels like a dream, one in which state capture never happened. But where did it start? It started way back in May 2022, when the executive mayor of Joburg, Councillor Mpo Palatse, and City Power CEO, Ms. Chifularo Mashava, hosted the first Energy Indaba. It all started due to visionary leadership and perseverance from the executive mayor, her leadership team, and the work ethic and innovative thinking of Ms. Chifularu Mashava and her leadership team at City Power. Program Director Meta Mchlari, Executive Mayor Councillor Mpo Palazzi, City Power Acting CEO Ms. Chifularu Mashava, City Power Board Chair Mr. Douglas Gibson, MMC for Environment and Infrastructure Services Councillor Michael Sun. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and for SAIPA to contribute to an energy vision for the future Joburg. Councillor Palazzi and Ms. Mashava's joint realization that City Power buys electricity at winter peak tariff in the late afternoon and the early evening from Eskom at around R4.15 per kilowatt hour and sells it to households at around R2.70 per kilowatt hour. That's if the electricity is available. In combination with starting to see grid defection from residential consumers and small businesses led to them appointing an experienced team of consultants from the industry to support them in redesigning the Joburg tariff structure, something that needs to be done all over the country. They also addressed the challenges for IPPs to sell electricity directly to consumers and end users. These challenges were mainly to be found in the misalignment of the city's SAP ERP billing system with the City Power's meter reading and electricity usage system. Further to this, they understood that the outdated tariff structure didn't put enough value on the role that of City Power grid plays in delivering electricity to end users at all times, even when the sun doesn't shine or the wind doesn't blow. City Power's role changed from electricity supplier to a grid and system operator only. The tariff structure was changed and a larger fixed charge was designed to enable behind-the-meter generation, like cogeneration, tri-generation, rooftop solar, and battery storage, while prosumers can feed back into the system at tariffs of 90% of the specific time and date-stamped tariff if there's a shortage of supply from bulk suppliers due to the large percentage of variable renewable energy supplying the City Power grid. As an IPP, Kelvin Power installed a large-scale energy storage system on its site to support City Power with grid stability and grid services. The tariff structure change was the result of a process in which a cost of supply study was done. It included the following aspects: cost of Eskom generation supply in terms of its regulated time of use tariff, in which we've already seen that during winter peak, the city buys for more and sells for less. And during off-peak times at night, 2 o'clock in the morning, when the security lights are burning, selling at same power at a massive profit. It just didn't make sense anymore. The cost of IPP generation supply, typically solar, wind, hydro, battery storage, gas to power, cogeneration and tri-generation. And a lot of these IPPs could supply at between 60 and 90 cents per kilowatt hour, as opposed to the Eskom time of use web tariff of around R1.20. The cost of prosumer supply options, e.g. rooftop solar and behind-the-meter storage, cogeneration and tri-generation. The cost for consumers to be completely off-grid, resulting in use cases like solar, battery storage, and then diesel or gas generation as a last resort. The cost of maintaining and operating the city grid. The cost of strategically placed battery storage systems to support the grid in areas where grid strengthening is needed. And lastly, subsidies needed to support free basic electricity, e-coins, e-taxis, and subsidies. It became clear that IPPs can supply during peak times from wind farms at a much lower cost than Eskom regulated time of use tariff, and comparable tariffs to Eskom at off-peak times and standard time. These large IPP generation facilities supply using the national grid and pay a distribution connection use of system charge to Eskom. The electricity end users in the city of Joburg, however, pays a connection use of system charge to City Power, and their electricity supply agreements detail the mechanisms of the tariff structure. The larger fixed charges provides for City Power to operate and maintain the grid while remunerating the city of Joburg for using its servitudes to distribute electricity to consumers and customers. These changes keeps the city of Joburg revenue neutral, as the lower cost of generation from IPPs more than compensate for the larger fixed charges, which places the right monetary value on the privilege for the consumer to be grid connected. We're now moving to around 2024. Customers and consumers in Joburg has two escalations at the same time each year from 2024 onwards. There's now certainty. It's not, again, what NERSA decides and what Eskom wants to have for the escalation for the year. There's an energy charge and a connection use of system charge. The energy charge comes from the IPP, and every user, consumer, can decide to buy longer term or shorter term energy. It's only kilowatt hours, it's nothing else. And the tariff will be a function of the term as well, and you can choose what escalation you want. The connection use of system charge is a City Power charge and reflects the cost of operating and managing the grid, including the charges that needs to be paid to the City of Joburg for the use of the servitudes. City of Joburg electricity users thus have better understanding of the future electricity tariff escalations, and certainty brings more investment and capital into the region. City of Joburg is seen as an investment destination in which energy policy and an open market system combined with a regulated grid operating system are the cornerstones of economic growth and job creation. I'm going to take us to the 23rd of May, 2026. That's 4 years from now. Joe Black and Sipho Mbenya have become friends and are enjoying an evening out at Charlie and Gerald's Town Treasures on Gandhi Square. Joe is still a corporate animal. Sipho has landed a contract to supply fresh vegetables to Wits University's student residences. He also drives a Mercedes-Benz EV. They are discussing the outcome of the latest municipal elections while sipping on a locally brewed lager. As luck would have it, they run into the re-elected executive mayor of City of Joburg, Councillor Mpho Phalatse. She's having a relaxed evening with City Power CEO, Chifularo Mashava. They give a sigh of relief. The lights are on. Employment is growing, creating a base for further growth. Many companies have moved their operations from Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, and Mogale City to Joburg as a result of an investor-friendly energy policy. There are even signs of increased semigrating from the Western Cape to Joburg. The city is the biggest and most talked about success story on the African continent. Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. I'm loving this future. Can we give another hands of the lights are on, the economy is growing, and there are jobs. Most importantly, these energy companies are majority owned by Black people. We have communities that have shareholding. We have a just transition fund, and that is our future. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. We can all see working together the energy transition, and which must be, and we must never forget, just. It is very much possible. And introducing my next speaker, who will be giving us a presentation on the energy scarcity dilemma and the Africa's collective scapegoating is polarizing. We will be having a speech by Professor Jabulani Ngoyi from the UNISA College of Education. And UNISA, there are 3 core business areas of UNISA that are teaching research and community engagement. And the UNISA's world-class research is spearheaded by the Research Postgraduate Studies, Innovation and Commercialization Portfolio, and Community Engagement by our Community Engagement Policy. We also place great importance on the celebration and promotion of our African arts and culture through various endeavors. I give you all Professor Jabulani Ngoyi from UNISA.
It's almost noon. Program Director, if you may allow me to extend my great appreciation for being invited to be part of this august house in deliberating energy scarcity, energy availability, and energy distribution. With me is Dr. Aoy, who will be speaking on the technical side. And I being the social scientist, I'll be talking about how we mobilize communities, and the communities that we share the responsibility of looking after the infrastructure, the city power infrastructure, without having to mobilize them to be part and parcel of infrastructure security. We are not doing anything good for them. We need to involve communities in whatever projects that we have, hence our research in that space. Political scapegoating is a common tactic employed by politicians to distract the general population of a given country, like South Africa. We experience this with electricity scarcity in South Africa and in Africa in general. It's nothing new since the early 60s. Politicians seem oblivious of the children pain ordinary citizenry endure when electricity blackouts occur. Those who want to hold politicians accountable need to be aware of this technique of continuously scapegoating ad infinitum until the political pawn offered as a reason for power scarcity is believed as the truth by the consumers. Thus, lying repetitively will have the ordinary citizens and the captains of the industries buying into the wanton lie. If we constantly get distracted and our attention is diverted from the real problems, we cannot hold power in check and we cannot progress as a nation. Experiences abound, particularly in Africa, The South African energy crisis is an ongoing period. Some would say it's a disaster. Whatever definition you choose, is an ongoing period when South Africa experiences widespread rolling out blackouts as electricity supply falls behind electricity demand, threatening to destabilize the national power grid. It began in the later months of 2007 and continues to this day. Sustained power cuts caused by other investment and a shortage of generating capacity have damaged the South African economy irreparably. The response has been a belated thrust towards more power supply from a combination of coal-fired power plants, oil and gas, wind and solar, and potentially a fleet of new nuclear power stations. You remember the Russian story. Power generation plants take years to build. And in the meantime, power demand continues to outpace the supply terribly. The power scarcity dilemma. The people of South Africa are continuously being deliberately misled. Our government hides the truth behind its motives. If people knew the real motives behind many of the actions of our government, it will threaten the credibility of the people and organizations that commit those actions. Deception is the lifeblood of politics and always has been. The more ignorant people are of the truth, the easier it is to manipulate and control. The solution is to question the mainstream media and our politicians more and be more skeptical. Know what distracts you, and you lay the groundwork to reclaim your power. Wake up and see the truth. However, solving the South African energy crisis is not just about generating more electricity. The transmission and distribution of electricity must also be given greater attention. A smarter, more flexible grid will give South Africa a much better return of its energy investment and make renewable energy a more significant part of the energy mix. It makes no sense to invest heavily in generation capacity without also considering transmission and distribution. Until now, however, the key element of how energy gets from generation to consumption has mostly been overlooked. Currently, 31% of South Africans, about 14.5 million people, live below the poverty line. These citizens are not able to cope with the effects of mass power losses as easily as their richer counterparts. In order to protect this most vulnerable part of the South African population, the City Power and ESCOM and other generation organizations such as your organization, Kelvin, must correct its structural inefficiencies and increase its energy capacity. Power utilities are generally viewed as sites of political patronage and as vehicles for corruption. At present, most African countries do not permit private entities to construct or operate grid infrastructure. Are you aware of that? at the most opportune time despite power generation deficit. African countries do not allow. It's only in South Africa where we speak about private and public partnerships. Distributed generation and energy communities, that's where I come in. The themes of distributed generation and energy communities, where we come from, are acquiring an increasingly important role both in scientific literature and in the construction of scenarios and policies, as in the European Union Framework 2030 and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Energy has traditionally been managed at the level of the individual customer. A recent trend is for communities to create plans to directly manage their energy systems. These local initiatives are heralded as precursors to a future network of distributed generation where large central generating stations are replaced with many dispersed and smaller generation sources. In this scenario, consumers are supposed to become electricity producers as well as consumers. That is, not merely passive consumers, but active prosumers. The ongoing energy transition resulting from technological innovation and concerns about climate environmental implications stresses the urgent need to redesign our energy systems, considering distributed energy production and the decisive potential role of energy communities. As has been pointed out, however, neither the idea of distributed energy nor the idea of energy communities has a univocal interpretation. Today's state-of-the-art electric power supply and delivery patterns or delivery systems comprise a complex array of electrical components, including power generation, transmission, voltage control, and power delivery with multiple points in supply and use. Technology advancements have diversified the grid, added new sources of generation, and improved stability supply. Electricity is perhaps the most vital of the critical infrastructure and key resources that support our society. Attacks on critical infrastructure, specifically electric generation, transmission facilities, could be used to cause widespread panic and create economic distress in a country like South Africa. The government of South Africa needs to seriously acknowledge the fact that supply has attained crisis level or is in a state of disaster than to continue spinning the unspinnable, hoping the nation will be amenable and buy into it. To keep the community informed. People do not like surprises. Try to keep communities informed through all stages. Initial planning through construction to operation. Find ways to best connect the area, residents, and businesses. Build social cohesion facilitation through focus group, imbizos, letsimas, with communities. Host public information meetings. Tell the people the truth and stop spinning the lie. Use multiple communication outlets to inform community members, like your local newspapers, utility websites, community updates, emails, areas, the social media, you name it. How to promote increased electricity reliability? Reliability is a key concern for communities. That's number one. And the homes and the businesses they save. By connecting to the local distribution system, a power generation facility can directly serve the community in which it resides. Let the community take responsibility of looking at the national asset. Be part and be owners of the national asset. They will look after it. They mustn't be simply consumers of energy, but they must play a part in the way it is generated and distributed. This will be an attractive feature for businesses, such as data centers, large manufacturing facilities, as it adds an additional layer of protection in the event there is a disruption. They will take responsibility. The Honorable Mayor mentioned mayor as in gender sensitive. She mentions two partners, that is public partners. And the third component people always forget about is the community. It's a tripartite arrangement. It is the public, it is the private, it is the community. They are part of the triad. If you do not involve the third component, chances are that the consumers may not buy in the noble ideas that the city power is trying to introduce to avert load reduction, blackouts, as well as load shedding. My colleague will come on and talk about the technical aspect, the little projects that we're actually doing with communities in Pumalanga. Dr. John?
Thank you very much, Prof. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Thank you very much, Prof. Just to add on to Professor Unyoni, it's very imperative to actually also add that a reliable, efficient, investor-friendly, renewable energy space in Johannesburg is directly correlated to an active, productive, and like he said, localized, definitely, buzzing, innovative space. From the research space that we come from, the Center of Competence, I think is on the big screen, the Center of Competence in Environmental Biotechnology. Our research basically expounds the arenas around the renewable energy opportunities localized, especially within the Johannesburg metropolis and the surroundings, and actually look for the best and most sustainable models of actively extracting these values and contributing to the society. I thought I would have a little bit more time, but I would just quickly go through it. So Prof talked about the energy mix. It's obvious the current state of affairs. But just to tell you guys a little bit of a story, this is a biogas plant in Bronkhorstspruit. It's ran by a company called Bio2Watts, and currently generates about 4.6 megawatts that could power about 200 South African households. The best thing about this is consumes about 120,000 tons of organic waste per annum as feed and generates fertilizer. The connection in there is between the agriculture, the waste sector, and the renewable energy sectors. Our projects and our research actively looks for this kind of sustainable dynamics to explore in generating and meeting the energy demand of the city. With the COC, we partner with them to actively provide some skills acquisition and capacity building for our skills acquisition and capacity building for our scholars, why they take the other sustainability metrics. I mean, Bio2Words, it's 100% Black women-owned company, which subscribes to the equitable transition to renewable energy agenda of the platform, and the center. The center as well holds these values very high, and going into the renewable energy generation potential, we have actually, from research and actually literature as well, shown the biogas potential in South Africa to be over 1,400 megawatts. And this is speaking towards biogas alone, and biogas that could actually extend and diversify the renewable energy mix of the country. Within our research space, like Mr. Gardner actually mentioned earlier, we are also very focused on a lot of presumption, smart artificial intelligence systems for the integration of renewable energy resource management, and that cut across the different avenues and streams for generating renewable energy. Our technology transfer ethos, which is also a strategic mandate, actively looks into developing and also like facilitating startups towards providing economic development and job creation as well. The startups that are actually on your screen are two of the startups that the center currently is platforming and currently working on. As the status is platforming, by platforming now I mean like currently promoting and activating. In closing, Johannesburg is technically an urban forest. I mean, over 10 million trees planted in the past 30 years. And when I think of the campaign to transition to renewable energy, I think about the little efforts over time that makes this city one of the most beautiful metropolises in the world. This rich history, coupled to present realities with regards to energy security, government commitment, as shown by the mayor and the MMCs that are in present at the Indaba today, community participation, as explained by Professor Unyoni, and world-class innovation, as exemplified by what our center and I would imagine, CSR as well does in this space, makes this transition and project unlike any other in the world. An attractive destination for impact investing in renewable energy across the globe, as we've seen with current positive trends in the space. And I think something that we should all be proud of being a part of. Thank you very much for having me. It's been an honor to present to you. Thank you very much.
No, wow. Thank you very much. I would actually love to, if your presentation can be shared, it's amazing. We learned about transmission and distribution needs to be given attention. We cannot just concentrate on generation. Distributed energy systems and energy communities. Consumers are not only consumers, but then they are also producers, active prosumers. Smart grids, which all feed into the priorities of the city of having a smart city. Communication, very important. We've seen a whole lot of projects, noble projects, have gone wrong because we do not have a social cohesion with our communities. We do not make sure that the consumers buy in on the initiatives that we are doing. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is a project that I'm a patriot of, and I am very, very proud of. I'm going to be calling upon Dr. Oliver Chimisoro, who is the Deputy Director of Energy, Water and Waste, and the Integrated Renewable Energy and Resource Efficiency Program of the Department of Public Works. In terms of the Government Immovable Asset Management Act of 2007, the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is the mandated custodian and portfolio manager of government's immovable assets. In this regard, the department is responsible for planning, acquiring, managing, and disposing of immovable assets in the department's custody. The Department of Public Works is the largest property owner in South Africa, covering 37 million square meters, over 92,000 facilities. And the DPWI's 10.1 million square meters in office space accounts for 35% of the total office space in South Africa. The IRREP is the official national program for resource efficiencies and renewable energy for government facilities in a bid to meet sustainable targets of government in South Africa at large. Delivering of the program is anchored across the 5 key themes, centered around governance, security of supply, budget rationalization, socio-economic development, and environmental sustainability. With those words, may you please come and deliver your speech around green jobs through waste to energy.
A very good afternoon. We hear a lot of figures that are being talked about. Our executive mayor was talking about 26 billion that needs to be put into energy. Program director, executive mayor, municipal manager, the MMCs, all protocols observed. It is important today to talk about all these investments that are coming. But when we forget one aspect, which is creation of jobs, we lose the impetus from the community itself. We are grappled with youth unemployment. We're getting to around 35%. And we are talking big figures when we are talking renewable energy. We are talking big figures when we are talking resource efficiency. But today I want to just zero in on waste to energy and talk about possible businesses that can come out of that, possible jobs that can then come out of that. So my topic today is waste to energy, innovative green businesses and jobs. I will look at the outlook. I will deliberate on waste to energy projects in South Africa and what they have done in terms of job creation. I will look at green jobs in schools, some of the projects that we have done when I was still in the province. We have done biogas production in schools. I'll talk about those. Those are career opportunities. I'll talk about sustainability, biodiesel. We have a lot of tires that are roaming around. I saw a video from KZN, somebody doing pyrolysis with miniature equipment. Can we not look into that and create more jobs and create diesel? Green advertising, I was talking to media people around. Isn't it now the focus that there is environmental degradation? Can we not have jobs in terms of our advertising, in terms of our journalists, green journalists? Can we not have green professors? I saw one here. We have green professors who are doing innovation that is practical, that can be implemented in the communities. Biogas production, for example. I was grappling myself thinking, thank you, Executive Mayor and your team, that you have moved with the times, that waste is no longer waste as we used to know it. It is now gold. We talk about the city of gold, but West has become the next gold. Gone are the days when I throw a paper, no one cares about it. If I throw a 200 rand note here, all eyes will open. Who will pick it first? We want to see the entrepreneurial green careers from waste to energy programs. When you look at the waste generation outlook, you will find that the world cities are generating about 2.01 billion tons of solid waste across the world. It is expected to grow by 70% to 3.4 billion by 2050. We are grappling with the same in the city of Johannesburg. But the times have changed. Waste has become something fruitful to us. South Africa's Waste Information Center also talked about having about 860 landfill sites. And they are filled. They are filling up to 100%. 34% of that is being recycled. What happens to the 66%? We are crying about greenhouse gas emissions. We're talking about respiratory diseases that come with landfill sites, with dumping of waste. The good doctor, our executive mayor, would know better in the respiratory diseases that come with that. There is soil contamination that comes with it. But we are not out of sync as South Africa. We have waste to energy projects that are running right now. There's the New Horizon waste to energy plant in Athlone in Cape Town. There are jobs that have been created because of that plant itself. We have landfill gas to electricity. Mariana Hill landfill, 3 megawatt. We have our own in the city of Johannesburg, Robinson Deep landfill site. I have visited the Sima and Jack landfill site in Ekurhuleni. It is a 1 megawatt cogeneration plant. Jobs are being created from waste. As we talk these figures, 2 provincial schools in Sharpeville have a biogas plants. They also make liquid fertilizer. So they take all the waste that is around the school. They generate biogas, which is used in the kitchen for cooking. We can visit. Komoso is one of them. Emmanuel, the good doctor also talked about Brongo's biogas plant, which is women-owned, a 4.6 megawatt installed capacity. They are using cow manure to generate. So there are jobs that come with that. When I visited the schools where we had put a biogas plant, you can see the excitement with the children, the future careers that they are looking at. Gone are the days when we have traditional engineers, traditional professors, because we are going green. So those are possible jobs that are coming. Starting a green school, integrating green into our current curriculum is a way to go. We can't ignore that. Getting involved in building green school facilities. Our schools in the province, some of them have solar panels, they have biogas, they are recycling wastewater to water into the schools. University research institutions. I always clamor about the university professors to have practical innovation, green innovations that we can use. It's a revolution. We can change it. We are talking about sustainability career paths that are there. I can be a mechanical engineer, but within it, I put greening in it. Because I'm conscious about the environment. Take environmental responsibilities in employees in smaller firms, independent consulting, We have heard many speakers talking about the public-private partnerships. Private sector, you are coming in. They have opened up. As we create those green energies, let's have the green jobs embedded in them. We're talking about green philanthropy management, working with consultants. There are lots of jobs that are being created with this movement that we are having. We have heard about environmentalists. I was talking to one outside. She's into the media. I said, gone are the days that you are only talking about blocking good projects because of the mindset that you want to save the climate and you are not looking at all aspects as we go forward. So we need green lobbyists. People who lobby that green is a possible. We have heard in the Balkan countries, Germany up there, they were saying there are days where they have renewable energy throughout the week, throughout the month, and green jobs are being formed. People can start new lobbying firms, creating firms that provide tools, technologies, and processes. There is also an issue of transfer of knowledge, private sector, transferring knowledge to communities. Right now, because of climate change, the weather is becoming brutal to us. Isn't it time to use waste to produce heating? And community heating, not just heating into one family. Superheating the waste, producing superheated steam, moving it in the pipes, heating the houses. Because we are hearing, even one day when I was listening to, the police are warning us. If you use heating without care, you get banned. Establishing businesses with intellectual property broking in waste to energy, forming consolidated databases of green patents as researches go forward, and they are used within the community to change waste to heating, to cooling, and so on. We are having lawyers that are in the green sector. Law firms formed in that area, international practice, establishing, focusing on the environmental laws, going green at any law firm in terms of offices. I've spoken about biodiesel. We have plastics where we can make diesel, and that can be a community project. Private sector partnering with the city of Johannesburg, coming together, like the professor was saying, you can't only talk about public and private without talking about community in the tripartite. So jobs will be created. I have seen areas where we have manure, we have abattoirs, we have landfill site, biodegradable material. We can design biodigesters, engineers are involved, so we can have green engineers in the end, consulting about biogas, installing and maintaining biodigesters, capturing and selling, putting them in containers, having outlets that sell this biogas. Financial consultant, my program director, is a chartered accountant, but she has started focusing on this green movement. So jobs are changing to green jobs. Recycled heat in those processes, jobs are being created. Green advertising, I have spoken about it. We launch media outlets that are focused specific for niche of the green economy itself. I have picked some of the quotes that I saw. It says, Joburg is our city, our future, our life. Let's save it as we produce green jobs. My example that I gave, I want to talk about this slide. I said, when I throw a $200 note on the ground, everyone will open because you realize the value of that paper. If I throw an ordinary paper like this, no one cares. But because now we are getting to a realization that waste is gold, we are no longer in the future going to have these statements like stop illegal dumping, because we know the value of waste. We are not going to be talking about saying no to littering. No one will litter because we know the value of litter, because it will turn into energy and jobs will then be created. I'll leave you with this statement. Let's treat the earth well. It was not given to us by our parents. It was loaned to us by our children. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oliver Chimisoro. You are my colleague in my other life. I guess we should disclose that. And I would also like to say to all of us, there are also exhibitions outside. Different companies are exhibiting, including CT Power, and I would like us to go and visit the stand so that we can get more information on the opportunities. As we've heard now, waste has now become a $200 note instead of a normal paper. And also, close to me, there's also a stand with the DPWI, the Department of Public Works of Infrastructure, the IREREP program, the Integrated Renewable Energy and Resource Efficiency program, if you can visit those. And when we're looking at waste to power, there's actually an interesting project that the city of Joburg has been embarking on for a lot of years. They've gone from feasibility to feasibility after feasibility. I'm not sure whether you have even now reached TA1 approval. We really need to unlock, and I will urge the acting city manager and MMC and our honorable mayor to look into that waste to energy project. To date, no municipality in South Africa has done a successful PPP on a waste to energy. And we all know we are having problems with landfills. And currently we're all talking about the soaring energy prices. There's also actually a problem. Our waste, to manage our waste, is also becoming very, very expensive. And as we've heard, that it also can result in a lot of creation of jobs. We always see, those trolley people on the side that irritate everybody. And if all of these things are properly organized, we can actually create proper entrepreneurs and SMMEs out of those, the people who irritate us on the road and they are busy hauling our waste. With that said, I would like to call Mr. Justin Ward to stage. He is the CEO of First National Battery. He's going to be giving us a presentation on battery energy storage system. We all had from our honorable mayor on how we need the reliable battery system is integral in actually making sure that we transition properly. And I would like to say First National Battery is the leading manufacturer of the lead acid batteries in South Africa. It was established in 1931. Did you guys even know that? In South Africa, when the first automotive batteries were produced in East London, South Africa. First National Battery remains at the forefront of battery technology and innovation. Batteries produced by First National Battery reach consumers annually through a strategic network of local distributors and battery center franchises. The batteries are also exported to over 40 countries worldwide. Batteries produced by First National Batteries are the first choice among South African original equipment manufacturers, including Mercedes-Benz, Toyota, Nissan, GM, BMW, Volkswagen, South Africa, Renault, Ford, Nissan Diesel, and MAN. With that said, I welcome Mr. Justin Ward to stage. They've just asked us for 1 moment.
Do the introduction before.
Okay. Mr. Justin Ward.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries here today, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not the CEO of First National Battery. I was the technical director of First National Battery, and I spent about 30 years in the energy storage sector. But today I bring greetings from Mr. Russell Poseidon, the CEO of First National Battery. I'm not sure if you can just give me a signal when we're ready with the presentation. Not quite there. I must say this is quite a shocking experience, standing up here on the bright lights. I really didn't expect this many people, so well done to Johannesburg. There we go. I'm an engineer, not a comedian. We're very dry people, you know, we have very dry sense of humor. But I can't see the control center there. supervisory control and data acquisition center there. But just give me a thumbs up if we're nearly there. No, we're not there. Madam Organizer, 5-minute coffee break? What do you think? Not? Okay. Battery must have gone dead, yeah. Okay, we'll start. The problem is if I start talking at the first few slides and we don't have the presentation, we're going to be in problems. It's a very technical presentation, so we need to follow it. Same old boring guy. Next slide, please.
No, don't worry. While we're waiting so that we do not waste any more time, I'm going to bring my other colleague to stage, Ms. Sophie Mahlogonolo Masipa, and we will be going for the open mic session.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon yet? Excellent. I think to introduce myself again, my name is Sophie Mahlogonolo Masipa. I have the simple yet difficult task this morning. We're going to just go through an open mic session. I'm sure you have a lot of questions in your sleeves. You've heard a lot from the city. You've heard a lot of the energy landscape trends and questions. So I'm going to open up the floor. If we can have those 5 roving mics around, and then I'll explain how we're going to run the session. For the next, I think, 30 minutes or so before we bring you back on, we're going to have, people can take, I'm going to take 2 to 3 questions at a time. Please note, this is, if it was like the Oscars, I would really ask for the mic to come off if you take long. You will have a minute to ask a question. Name, your company, and straight into the question, please. We also acknowledge the fact that you're here in this room. You appreciate what the city is doing, so please do not list everybody that you want to thank this morning. And then also, please do not do a lengthy introduction of your company. And if you have a comment, you still have to keep it to 1 minute. And it's 1 question at a time. I will not be taking double-tagged questions. There are a lot of people here, and there's a lot of people in the rooms. Please could I get the light, because I can't see the floor. So I'm not sure who's asking questions. Are you ready? You're ready for Justin? Oh, okay. We're in luck. We have another 10 to 15 minutes or so before I come back. So please think about your questions in the meantime, and make sure that they're a minute in.
Thank you. We're back. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's go into our energy storage technology presentation. All right. So background to this presentation is I wish I could take the glory for this, but we were actually approached by City Power about 20 months ago. And they were looking for small systems that they could site around in the Johannesburg area. And they asked us if 1 megawatt systems were available and what they would cost. So we started digging around. We developed a concept design. We approached 7 suppliers for quotations, and we obtained indicative costs, which we will present today. So what is the rationale behind the system suggested? We have battery banks of around about 1 megawatt, or 4 to 5 megawatt hours dotted around the Johannesburg area. We discharge them daily between 3 and 4 hours during periods of peak power costs or load shedding, and we charge them daily when we have off-peak power costs. And the difference between the energy storage and the energy costs can be used to cover the system costs. So let's just have a look at the technology available. Really broadly classed, these are all chemical batteries. Let's start off with lead acid, the old workhorse. We have 3 different types of lead acid batteries, VRLA, which stands for valve regulated lead acid. Within that grouping, we have AGM and gel batteries. We have flooded batteries, the old traditional battery with electrolyte moving around inside. And those we have automotive types, which traditionally have been used for small solar applications, and we have traction types, which have been used for the bigger solar applications. We then have the new kid on the block, the lead carbon battery. So it's still a lead acid battery, but the negative electrode, instead of having only lead, we combine lead and carbon in the negative electrode. And what that does is allows the battery to cycle much better and to be able to compete with lithium-ion technologies in terms of cycling. So that is one I'm going to present, one option. Then if we look on the left-hand side, we can see lithium-ion batteries. There are many different types. We're going to focus on the LFP, which is the lithium iron phosphate battery. All right, so here's the general concept. You can see on the bottom left-hand side, we have a whole lot of containers standing there. Those containers are full of batteries. They're full of air conditioning systems, and they have battery management systems, and so forth. They feed into medium voltage power stations in the center there, which comprise of inverters, transformers, and switchgear. And then you can see on the right-hand side, there's what we call a SCADA center, a supervisory control and data acquisition center. So if you look at the map of the Johannesburg area, we've just drawn a concept there. We have these little systems, around about 1 megawatt systems, dotted all around the Johannesburg area, all controlled by a central control room where a particular engineer can switch power on and off as he pleases. So in a bit more detail, let's start at the bottom left-hand side of the slide. You can see we have the battery strings, or the battery containers I was talking about. They each have their own battery management system, or BMS. And if you look above that, you'll see I have some options there. I have a lead carbon option, and that will require 4 battery containers, 4 40-foot containers. And we have lithium iron phosphate options. There are various different options. Some are able to be housed in 1 40-foot battery container, some in 2, and some require 3. Then the DC current is fed from the battery containers to the inverter. You can see about 600 to 1,000 volts DC. The inverter then converts that to 600 volts AC. We then run to the transformer, which can step it up to 22,000, 44,000, whatever voltage you require. We then go through the switchgear to the grid. And of course, once we start putting power on the grid, we have to measure it. We have a grid measurement device. And on top of that, we have an energy management system which controls the whole energy system. And overlaid in that, as I've showed in the previous slide, is our SCADA system. Just a little bit more information about this new lead carbon battery. It's not that new. It was developed about 15 years ago by a Japanese battery company, Furukawa Batteries. As I said, it's basically a lead acid battery with carbon added to the negative electrode. But the advantage is that it can achieve 4,200 cycles at 70% depth of discharge. Now, those of you that know something about lead acid batteries, normally you're told don't go lower than 50% depth of discharge, and normally you work in the range of 1,000 to 2,000 cycles. Now we have a battery that can do 70% depth of discharge and 4,200 cycles. Just a quick graph. On the right-hand axis, on the y-axis, we have number of cycles. On the x-axis, we have depth of discharge. So as for all batteries, as you increase the depth of discharge, you increase the amount of energy you take from the battery, the less cycles you get, or the less discharges and charges you get out of that battery. So on the bottom two curves, you can see in pink and black are more or less our conventional lead acid performance. And the blue line higher up is marked at FCP, but the FCP is the lead carbon I was talking about. And you can see a much greater cycle performance from the lead carbon type batteries. Right, how does the whole system fit together? So top right-hand corner, once again, we have all the battery modules. We have them all stacked up there, connected in various configurations, series and parallel. And they all fit into a 40-foot container, along with fire suppression, air conditioning, battery management systems. Then on the other side, we have the PCS, or the power conversion system, which is, once again, the inverters, transformers, and switchgear. And they all fit into a 20-foot container. So best case scenario, you have a 1 megawatt, 5 megawatt hour system, and you have the batteries in a 40-foot container and the power conversion system in a 20-foot container. This is a general concept. This is one of these systems operating elsewhere in the world, which I've just stuck the City Power logo onto. So you can see the container in the background housing the batteries, the fire suppression, the air conditioning on the top, some steps going up there for ease of access. And in the front of the system, you can see the power conversion system. And that, for interest's sake, is a 1.2 megawatt, 5 megawatt hour system. So if you can picture these systems dotted all around Johannesburg. This is another concept, an alternative concept. So instead of having one large container of batteries, we have these smaller units, which each contain a set of batteries, inverters, transformers, and such, and then you link all of these together to form a bigger system. So I hope you can see this is a very, very busy slide. I'll go through it slowly. This is the crux of the whole matter, the costs, estimated costs. So let's first of all look at the assumptions. I've assumed 6% per annum inflation going forward over the next 20 years. I've assumed 312 discharge charge cycles per year, so that's 6 days a week. I've assumed a certain charging and discharging regime. I've assumed cycle life down to 80%, or 80% depth of discharge, so take out of the battery until they reach 20% state of charge. A Rand dollar and Rand euro exchange rates are as per Friday, last Friday, 15.86 and 16.79. And these prices are all based on one system, and to be honest, without very much pencil sharpening. So if one were to do a bit of pencil sharpening with these suppliers and order multiple systems, there should be some fairly large discounts that can accrue from that. What's not included is we don't include the cabling between the battery container and the power conversion system and the grid, transport of containers from the harbor to the site, and of course security, fencing, CCTV, whatever you require. So let's look at the table and take you through it. On the left-hand column, we have suppliers 1 to 7. On the column next to that, we have power, the size of these systems in terms of power, running from 0.98 to 1.38 megawatts. The energy size of these systems runs from 3.9 megawatt hours to 5.52 megawatt hours. Then if you look at the column next to that, I've marked there 40-foot containers. You can see that some of these systems require 3, some 1, some 2, some 4. Just for interest's sake, the system that requires 4 containers is the lead carbon system. Because lead is much heavier, you require a better or less cells in the containers, and you also require more containers because the lead-acid battery is larger than the lithium-ion battery. Then if you look at the power conversion system, 20-foot containers, they all only require one. The system cost, this is the capital cost of the system. I've worked it back to dollars per kilowatt hour. You can see ranging there from around $235 per kilowatt hour up to $494 per kilowatt hour. So quite a wide range. Then let's get into the actual costs. So if you look at the batteries plus the power conversion system in millions of rands, you can see it ranges from 17.42 million up to 33.39 million. And if you look at we've made an estimate for the civils, the slabs and the bolting of the containers to the ground and such like. We've made an estimate there. We have a maintenance estimate we obtained from these different suppliers, and we've taken an average. And there we end up at total costs of the system over 10 years. The next column, total costs over 15 years, and the next column, total costs over 20 years. It is quite usual to install systems like this for 15 to 20 years. But that, of course, depends on the cycle life. So the next column, we look at cycle life, and we range from 3,500 to 10,000 cycles, the different systems. Then what I've done next is I've looked at the lifetime of the systems, and I've worked out what megawatt hours they can provide in that lifetime. So you can see from 10 years life, we will provide 9,560 megawatts up to 10,800 megawatts. If we go to 15 years more, and if we go to 20 years, we now get from 18 or 19,000 megawatts up to 24,000 megawatts over the lifetime of the system. Then I've worked that all back to a cost per kilowatt hour, which is obviously the very important figure. So there, over 10 years, you can see the costs per kilowatt hour range from 1 Rand 89 to 3 Rand 91. The costs per kilowatt hour over 15 years range from 1.28 to 2.62 Rand per kilowatt hour. And you can see there's some gaps there. Those gaps are simply because some of the systems, in terms of their cycle life, will not be able to achieve 15 years life. Then the third column, you can see I've costed it out over 20 years, and only 3 of the systems would be able to achieve the cycle life required for 20 years. And there you can see a kilowatt hour cost in rands from 0.97 to 1.98. So that is really it. Conclusions and recommendations. So in the high season, which would be winter, the highest cost season, there is a significant gap between the peak costs and the off-peak costs. So, as I said earlier on, you discharge the system during periods of peak electricity costs, and you charge it during periods of off-peak costs. And the gap between these two makes the storage of energy in these 1 megawatt systems profitable in the high season. In the low season or summer, the gap between the peak costs and the off-peak costs is still not large enough to cover the cost of the storage system. However, if energy costs continue to rise at greater than inflation rates, and the international battery prices remain stable or continue to decline slowly as they have been done over the last 10 years or so, these energy storage systems may become profitable in the near future, even in the summertime or the low season. Of course, one needs to weigh up the cost of these systems against not only the cost of the system needs to weigh up the viability against the cost of the system, but not only that, also against the loss of productivity that you experience during load shedding in Johannesburg. Second last point, these systems are not new. They're new to South Africa, but they have been used for quite some time all over the world. And these suppliers that we contacted all have many, many systems running all over the world. Last point, the time may be right now to install a pilot plant sort out the teething problems, so that when the opportunity arises, you're ready to embark on systems such as these. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ward. You're right, it was quite technical. One thing I learned now is actually that 1 megawatt feeds 164 houses. Am I right? So, as you can see, the city's already thinking of innovative systems. But just to wrap up what I believe I got out of the session earlier on, I'm going to borrow from Daniel Jurgen's words, who said, "The starting point for energy security today, as it has always been, is diversification of supplies and services." So I don't want to eat into your lunchtime, but I'm going to, as I said, I'm going to open the floor before I take over the afternoon's program so that I allow you Q&As. And while I ask for the lights to come on, could I also ask for the aircon to go down a bit? Please. You know, everyone laughs, says I'm like a black European because I don't get that cold, but I'm even cold. So could I ask for the aircon to go down a bit? Lights, please, and those roving mics. The roving mics, maybe, okay, in the meantime, is there a question on the floor? Let me just start seeing the hands so that I can, the room understands. Any questions, comments? Oh, okay, I can see one there at the back. I'm going to start at the back with the gentleman directly in front. Where are the mics, please? Okay, there's the first mic. Can you also, maybe, I think the mayor's still out, but if the question is directed at somebody, please do mention that as well. And we can see as much as possible who will take it up. Pardon? Okay, she went to get a jacket. She's coming back.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike Tyler. I'm from Mafanikio Engineering Services. My question relates to the vandalism of the infrastructure. So, question is, what strategies has the city deployed to mitigate the alarming vandalism of cable theft using smart technologies? Because there was some presentations regarding smart technologies that the city will deploy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the second question.
Yeah, this is Egmont Ottoman. I'm from Resilient Circular. Question for Tommy Garner. The beautiful vision that you laid out for us, what needs to be done, or what does the city need to do in order to make that vision a reality? Do you have maybe 3 or 4 things the city needs to do?
Okay, perhaps we let Mr. Tony Garner take the second response, and then I'll go back to the first response. Is the CEO here to take the first question? Sol, are you around? Is Mr. Tony Garner here? Please, could you respond to that first question? The second question, that is. The mics. We need one more mic just up front here so that we can. Okay, let me take the third question, and then we've got a few while we wait for the CEO and the mayor. Is there a third question somewhere? Thanks, right at the back there. Go ahead.
Chairperson, this is Sergeant Teller. I'm the head of security at City Power. For the purpose of the first question, we are looking at various technological solutions that will cover the level of our network from substations up to the meter level. So at this stage, we do have collaboration with the communities, and we've got a program we'll be rolling out at the beginning of the new financial year, where we'll be deploying a technology that will be managed and monitored and responded to by localized security service providers. Thanks.
Thanks so much for that, taking that response. Is Mr. Agana still here? To please take the response for the second question. Thanks, Mr. Agana.
Can you hear me?
Yep, perfectly.
Great. So, sorry, I was just quickly out checking my mail. I understand that the question is...
The question is what needs to be done to make the vision a reality of what you presented earlier on.
Okay, I think it's quite simple. All the policy and regulatory challenges have been opened up nationally. So power can be wheeled from IPPs to clients on the Eskom grid. And if City Power says, okay, let us allow that to get to our consumers, and then we sort out the billing system challenges between the City of Joburg, the SAP ERP system, and the meter reading system from City Power, I believe we can immediately action it. Then we also don't sit with the challenges of RFPs and running RFPs and bankers looking at City Power's balance sheet, but there's many different off-takers on the other side in the city. And remember what we need to do, we need to keep the city whole, and we need to keep City Power whole. So we're not trying to take that revenue away. We must just go and sit down and do the cost of supply study and understand that. So I think it's actually quite simple. It probably can be done within 3 to 4 months.
Okay. I'm going to take another round of 2 more questions. I can see one hand here. There's a lady here in front. I'm going to take 3 questions. I'm going to take the hand here first. There's a gentleman there with the black jacket that I can see. And then there's a third gentleman here on the third table, the mask. So that's how I'm going to take the second round. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Estampe Poo from Region G, Ward 122. I just need to ask a question to City Power. The contractors of City Power, when they open trenches and they put on cables, why don't they go deeper? Because that's the other problem that causes cable theft, especially in our area. Is it not possible that City Power, with the contractors, they put concrete and they dig deep for the sake of the cable they put on the trenches? Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll take the second from the gentleman there.
Good day, everyone. Just to the city, I would like to ask the city in regards to this IPP program that they want to introduce. Monde from FG. In regard to that, how many...
Sorry, Monde. The gentleman in black, can I come back to you, please? Monde, You will
Yes.
come, please, can you wait for the next session of rounds, because I've already identified those three. I promise you, I've logged you in.
But it was the mic problem.
Okay, I understand. I'm not saying you won't come on.
No
I just
problem.
want the gentleman to please ask, and I promise you, you will be on. I've logged you, you will be next. After the break. Okay. Thank you. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Becky Evans Twala from the Soweto Business Collaboration and also from the Township Economic Council SA. I just want to check in terms of community participation and organized business in the township. What role is city parks and the city in terms of engaging with the local businesses? I heard the gentleman who was talking about talking to the security companies in the township, but we've never seen that. I'm just asking to say, please, it's very critical to engage the businesses in the township because we are organized. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's the gentleman over here before I go back to Monday. Thank you.
I'm Movili Simba from Simove Enabler. We are in the energy production. My question is about the budget of City of Johannesburg. I don't know whether I got you properly. To stabilize electricity, I understood that you needed about 26 billion rand. And the entire budget is 7.7 billion. Where are you going to get the money to fund the project?
Okay. So let's take the responses, and the first question after this round is going to be from Tate Mondere. So the first question is really around the contractors. Could I have somebody from the city to respond on that, around why don't we go deeper when we put in the cables and go deeper in the concrete for the cables? Do we have our city representative to respond to that, please? Is the mic there with?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and the person who asked the question from Region G. Yeah, we can look into, digging the cables deeper, which on hotspot areas is what we are doing, including also putting concrete, even though it becomes, also an issue when we are restoring power during outages. But what is more sustainable is that going forward, when we are introducing more technology, we will be looking into vibration detectors as well, so that that information can get into a control room of security, and we can dispatch and be able to, sustainably be able to combat the issue of theft of cables. Thank you.
Thanks. And then the next question around participation of communities and local businesses that we have to engage. Could we get, I think the gentleman who also answered on the security, the first question that came out, might be able to tackle that as well. That spoke to the vandalism issue. How are they involved in the communities with that? Do we have the city representative that does the stakeholder participation?
Good afternoon.
Thanks, Saul.
There are a number of projects that we do in communities and that we work with communities. The process of the city in terms of working with communities demands that on every single project that we do in communities, we are forced to do community participation. What it means, therefore, is that you then go into communities, you involve the local councillors to come on board. Part of running the projects in communities begins with community participation, which is dialogue and communication with communities. That you do with communities and councillors. Then you do it with the regional director. Following that, after you've engaged with the two stakeholders, then engagement with communities involves local employment. It involves local SME participation on the project. So there's a percentage on project for SMEs. There's another percentage on a project for employment. So that happens for every single project that we embark in communities. You know, obviously, there will always be challenges and the demand will always exceed what is available. But that's what we do for every single project.
Okay. And perhaps, CEO, to bring you here, is that the budget of the city was, for the projects would be about 26 billion. The gentleman asked that there's only 7.7 billion. Where's the rest of the gap going to come through? And I think. A mic there, please.
Thank you. So 26 billion is what City Power is looking for in terms of addressing its infrastructure backlog. Now, what the mayor spoke to is that City of Johannesburg in its entirety finds itself with about 7 billion. Now, on that 7 billion, City Power only gets to have about 1 billion plus. So the 26 billion, we are here today to try and see what the private sector can do. That's why we are here today. In as much as we've got avenues within the city, but you can appreciate that to raise 26 billion will require a whole lot more than what we are able to do on our own. Okay.
Thank you, CEO. I guess everyone sees the importance and the critical need for today's session. So I'm going to ask Ndate Monde, you'll have the first question for this set. Before you go up, can I just get the hands first so that I can log in the questions before you start? So it's one, and then the gentleman who's standing there is their third hand. I'm going to take 3 questions in this round. And the gentleman there with the glasses. Okay, I've got it. Please start, Monde.
Good day, everyone, again. Just to the city and the engineers, I just want to find out how many of the supertensions are going to be open for the IPPs so that they can tap into the network. With that being said, why am I saying how many of them? Because I know very well that it will be different power producers with different methods, different stages. So it will be your HT, it will be your LVs. So I just want to know from the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a gentleman direct in front. Yeah, that's it.
Hi, thanks. My name is Khauta Mofokeng, and my question is really around the COJ strategy in facilitating wheeling of power and the process of implementation, allowing a seamless relationship between the IPPs and the end users. Thank you.
Thank you. And then there was a third hand. There we go.
Thank you. My name is Tumi Mukhwera from WPK Energy. My question is around the private sector participation. You are mentioning already that the city has about 26 billion available, but however, part of that budget resource will not necessarily go into the city. Perhaps the private sector has an opportunity to participate. The biggest issue that from the private sector is that, yes, we do have an interest to participate in the energy transition within the city, but as one of the biggest issues, it will be on the revenue management. If you have to invest $1 billion on a solar or an energy storage facility, investment banking community will be asking you, where are the guarantees to ensure that you should be able to recoup back your money? Currently, the city is battling with revenue collection. I don't see anything here that discuss anything around revenue collection from a city's perspective. So those guarantees are absolutely quite key. Unless the city can share with us and be able to tell us in the future what is their intention to manage the revenue side so that they can then be able to attract investment from the private sector. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think this, this round was really very private sector intensive, with the first question around the supertensions and the different methodologies that will be applied. And the second question around the facilitation of the wheeling of power in that IPP process. And the last one is obviously regarding the private sector participation, what will be the revenue management models for that and collection, as well as the guarantees that will be required. CEO, I think yourself, and I'm not sure who else from the city is going to tackle that response. There we go.
Morning, ladies and gents.
Thank you.
I will try and deal. Paul Vermeulen from City Power Joburg, Chief Engineer, Renewable Energy. I'll try and answer the question about where these new power sources can connect to the network. The answer is pretty much anywhere, as long as the network can take it. So part of the procurement process will be, we would expect an IPP comes and offers a particular generation. Let's say it's a PV system on a warehouse roof and it's 2 megawatts. We will then, as part of that procurement process, we will have a look at that offer and also have a look at the grid to see whether it can accommodate that power at that particular point in the grid. If not, we will give a quote on how much it would cost to increase the size of the network, or, if necessary, go in and connect in at a higher voltage. So that will be part of the procurement program process, would be to say, this is how big the system is we're proposing, this is where we want to connect it. We will then do some homework to see if it can be accommodated. If it can, then the project can go ahead. If not, we'll have a look at what needs to change on the network to make that happen. So obviously the bigger systems will need to be going in at higher voltage. A typical voltage to go in for a 1 or a 2 megawatt system would be the 11 kV medium voltage network, and I would say anything above 20 megawatts you would need to look to go into the 88 kV or 132 kV networks. Thank you. I think I'll also try and deal with the question of the wheeling strategy. The wheeling strategy is pretty much to open City Power's networks to a private IPP selling to a private off-taker and using the grid for providing the taxi, if you like, to get the energy from the generating source to the end user. Obviously, that energy needs to pay a taxi fare, and I think that's what Mr. Garner was talking about, is to get the tariffs right so that we know how much that network costs to offer it for that particular service. That then opens up the investment between private companies or private individuals, IPPs, and private off-takers, and it keeps City Power whole because we still earn revenues for the trading and wheeling. So one of the big focus areas is to get the trading and wheeling models and the billing and processes around the billing and metering around wheeling up and running as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you.
And then there's the third question.
I'll answer the third question.
Thank you.
On revenue collection. Thank you for that question. I think it's a critical one. Now, I think my name is Rufuno Mashao. I'm the head of revenue for the city of Johannesburg. So I think maybe firstly just to explain the structure on how revenue is managed in the city. We've got the revenue department, which is within the city of Johannesburg core, supporting all our entities in terms of billing and collecting of the revenue. Yes, I think like many other businesses, the city is facing challenges when it comes to collection. Firstly, because we are a grudge purchase in a way, where we impose a tariff bill and then try to collect. So if you look at the queue in terms of the individual customer wallets, we are right at the bottom when it comes to priority to pay. The city would be paid last most often, and usually we get our payment after we have taken various actions to collect, including sending out notices to terminate or handing over our customers to lawyers. So in terms of what our strategy is to maximize collection of revenue, we're working very closely with our colleagues at City Power, Joburg Water, in ensuring that firstly, there's completeness of revenue and there's accuracy of what we are billing the customer. And then the next thing, and also ensuring that we are reducing the losses. Just in the, if you read the Auditor General's report, you will notice that in the previous financial year, between City Power and Joburg Water, there was quite a large amount, which runs into billions, that we lost due to the technical and non-technical losses, as well as commercial losses on the water side. So we need to plug those gaps, and this also requires, to a great extent, the private sector to play its role in ensuring that the theft of electricity is reduced. This theft is happening within the private sector space. The illegal decalibration of meters is happening within the private sector space. So we really find ourselves chasing after customers that are stealing from us. I know that the losses are caused by other factors, but there are certain losses that we can see where customers are intentionally trying to reduce what they are consuming using illegal means. So that's one aspect that can help, for instance, City Power reduce their 3.6 billion total losses that we incur annually. I think the second aspect that we are focusing on to ensure that we are collecting is to make it easy for the customer to access their bill and also be able to pay it. So we've introduced a platform like eJoburg, which you can access it via the link www.e-joburg.org.za, which allows you to download and pay your bill online seamlessly. You're able to create recurring payments so that you don't have to go and pay your bill on a monthly basis. But it doesn't stop there. So what we are going to do on eJoburg, which is something that we're about to roll out in the coming weeks, is to allow customers to participate in the generation of a bill by allowing them to input their own meter readings on a monthly basis. Because we believe that if a customer participates in generating the bill, chances of them querying it later will be reduced. And we've seen that 90% of our queries are from consumption of electricity and water. So we believe by giving you as a customer the ability to manage your own bill, we'll also be able to reduce the number of queries that we generate on a monthly basis and also increase the potential of collecting revenue. At the moment, we're collecting at about 88 to 90% of what we bill, which is quite low compared to the National Treasury 95% collection target that they've given us. So we do need to up our game and ensure that we get to that 95% and above collection level, which will also go a long way where we can channel part of that money back into infrastructure investment, as the CEO indicated earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, I let him explain a bit more because I thought it was an important question that came from the floor. I do have time for 2 more questions before we go and feed our monkeys at lunch. So I have time for 2 more questions. 1, 2, okay.
Sorry, Program Director, before we proceed, I just thought I'll add to the question in terms of what guarantees do we bring when we come here and we say that we are ready for IPPs. So just to create context, our bulk purchases at the moment, we procure power at a cost of about 15 billion rands per annum. We have what it takes to pay for that power. In the history of City Power, we have never missed a payment. Eskom gets their money, Kelvin gets their money. So if we have IPPs that are willing to do business with us, they're guaranteed to get their money. Thank you.
Thanks, Theo. So I think my first question was over there. Where's that mic? And then the second one is, he's already got a mic. Okay, perfect.
Okay, good morning, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David, and I'm the Economic Counselor of the Embassy of the Czech Republic. Speaking of budgets and private sector participation, I'm interested whether the City of Johannesburg has already any concrete and, most importantly, bankable projects in the pipeline as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And my last question here before we break for lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to ask, as a homeowner, would it be possible for a homeowner to be able to generate power and supply to the grid? I know we're talking about bidirectional flow of power and then the measurement of that on a small scale. And then I would also like to ask, can government consider the regulation of the sale of second-hand copper and aluminium to curb theft and vandalism? Thank you.
Thank you. So the first question was around bankable projects. Are there bankable projects in the pipeline already? And the second one, I think I will also take it back to the gentleman who dealt with the vandalism conversation. And we do have, it's a dual question there, I guess, around power generation from private homeowners. So the first one around the bankable projects. Thank you.
In terms of bankable projects, we have done feasibility studies for relatively small projects. For example, a PV system on the market's rooftop, the Joburg Market rooftop, also on City Power's warehouse buildings. So we have applied for budgets for those, which is more the internal projects. But I think by far, so there are some projects that we have that we've done proper feasibilities for, and we're in the process of doing the proper bankability case, if you like, the business case. We know that it's viable. We know that photovoltaics can produce energy at a lower rate, in fact, than what we could buy it from Eskom. So feasibility is right. Looking at particular bankable projects, that's an ongoing process. However, remember what we'd mentioned, that is that we are are keen to engage IPPs, and the procurement process that we want to issue, the call for proposals in the near future, will ask exactly that question of where are the projects, where are the project proposals, what size will they be, how feasible will they be, the engineering around it. We will assist in that process of how you would connect to the grid, and from that, those projects will be shortlisted and the procurement process taken on that basis. So the bulk of the power we intend to buy is not necessarily going to be by providing own capital for own projects. There is a program for that. It's relatively small. But the big business and the big power, we are expecting the IPPs to come forward on a power purchase agreement basis. That is what we're looking for, and that's the process that will be starting within the next few months. Thank you.
Thanks. And then there's a last question on that vandalism and whether or not. Thank you. Well, I don't know if the exhibition people can hear me, but can they keep the volume down? If somebody can just ask that other side to give us a few more minutes before we finish up the Q&A session. Thanks. Sorry, so you can proceed.
Madam Facilitator and colleagues, good afternoon again. I think maybe let me mention this. The theme about cable theft and vandalism will be dealt with quite very extensively tomorrow. I do have senior officials from the police who will be dealing with that. I'm not running away from the question. For the purpose of the question, the answer is as follows. Currently in the country, we do have the Second-Hand Goods Act. Amongst its objects is to actually regulate and combat the trading in stolen goods. That act, it's actually administered by the police, where there is a requirement that every owner of a scrap metal dealer must keep certain documentation, which should be available at any given time when the law enforcement agencies are looking for same. But secondly, dealing with the criminal issues pertaining to theft of copper cable and the likes, we also have the Criminal Matters Amendment Act of 2018, in which we are able to prosecute such criminals with such act within City Power. We have already prosecuted and convicted a couple of suspects, one of which is serving 15 years in jail. Another two who were convicted in January are serving 8 years respectively. So the legislative instrument is there. I think we need to just check up on the size of enforcement. I thank you.
Hello? Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Desmond Williams. I'm from a company called GreenShare. I just have a question for, call it City Power and the city regarding the PPA process, right? So from the energy sector, PPAs come from a 20-year duration point of view in terms of modeling and now trying to recoup the return on investment. But the MFMA and the PFMA only limits us to engaging on a municipal level for 4 years. So when we model, do we stick to the traditional 20 years or do we now break it over 4 years times 5, or how do we then go about that procurement challenge? Thank you.
Thanks, and that was the closing question. Could I just have the response to that? Thank you.
Thanks for that question, Desmond. I think it raises two important issues. In order for a municipality to procure power from an IPP, there are really two critical things that we need to look at. And what we are saying as City Power is we will try and overcome, I don't want to call them obstacles, but those requirements to entering to a power purchase agreement. So Desmond is correct. The first one says that the MFMA binds us to a nominal procurement term of not more than 3 years. If you want to contract for more than 3 years, you need to do a Section 33 exemption application through your council, and that eventually goes up to National Treasury to say that you can, in fact, go and contract for anything between 10 and 20 years. So we do understand that power purchase agreements are big investments and they need that long term. So as part of our end of the bargain, we will apply for that Section 33 exemption, which will enable a contract term for the longer term. The other regulatory requirement that is required, that we will also deal with as part of the procurement process, it's kind of a chicken and egg. We need to know what offers are there first of all. Once we have a much better idea of what's available in the market and where we can connect it up, we also then need to approach the Department of Minerals and Energy to get a ministerial determination in terms of the IRP for what we're proposing. You did hear our CEO talk about 200 megawatts within the small-scale embedded generation sector. If you have a look, it's actually 500 megawatts a year. And our argument is that if City Power is at least 10% of the load, we should be able to access a portion of that 500 megawatts a year without upsetting the IRP. So there's those two issues that we will deal with in the coming months as part of this procurement program. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think I'm really going to close the very exciting first half of our program to give everybody time to have lunch. We will be back. We're actually running slap bang on time. We're 3 minutes out of your lunch. I stole 3 minutes of your lunch time. So we will be back here at 2:30. And I promise what promises to be a really exciting afternoon of some speakers who are going to be sharing a lot about the work they've been doing in this space. Do keep your questions coming, do keep your comments coming, and I hope you have a wonderful and productive time of engagement and networking during this lunchtime. See you all back here at 2:30. Sorry. Oh, and the lunch is through those black curtains. So yeah, thank you. Excuse me for 1 second, these lights are killing me. Hi. Sorry, I have a few logistics stuff to go through, so I'm going to start with the logistics. Please don't forget your badges tomorrow. So today, and please bring the same badge tomorrow when you come back. Okay, that would really be helpful. I know in the program you don't see a tea time, but I promise you I'm going to break for afternoon tea. So please don't stress. But I guess the morning we've been having a lot of conversations about energy security, load shedding, and it really takes a willing coalition. And we know as well it's all going to take diversification and a multitude of players as well as committed leadership. So I'm getting a lot of background noise. Could I ask for silence, please? And in the exhibition area, could I ask for lowering of volumes if they can hear me? Thank you. Over the next couple of speeches, we're going to hear from some very formidable players in the space, the companies who've been in the energy space for a while, and across varied methods and methodologies. So I'm going to ask the speakers to come up for now, for the afternoon. The first speaker I'm going to ask is Mr. Tukuluho Petra to come up. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Aaron Young to also come up, Mr. Aldworth Mbalati, and Mr. Wanda Madigizel. I think those four, if they could please join me on stage, I'd appreciate it. Pardon? There are enough seats. Who am I introducing? So you're taking over from me? Yes. Is everyone on their way? Excellent. I'm going to introduce the companies one after the other, but I'm going to start with with our first speaker, who's Mr. Tukuluho Petra. He's from utility scale solar power generations, and his company is Renewable, Solaris SA. Solaris aims to develop sustainable, renewable, and clean energy projects across Africa to improve and advance the quality of life of the surrounding communities whilst enabling our customers to succeed. As you can see, we've got some very young players in the space, so I'm guaranteed we're going to have a dynamic conversation this afternoon. Tukuluho, may I please invite you first? Sure. Thank you. Who's busy talking?
Hello, everyone. Guys, can I get a hello back, please? Hello, everyone. She told you that there are young people coming up now. So, you know, things are going to change a bit. I'm just waiting for my presentation to go up. Great, thank you. Okay. Is the acting CEO of City Power here? If she's here, not yet. Okay, I can't see. Not everyone is back from lunch, eh? Why am I speaking? Why are you making me speak when not everyone is here? Okay, but it's fine. Let's get into it. So my name is Tukuloko Petla. I'm a director at a company called Solaris SA. We're a renewable energy business. We'd like to believe we're one of the biggest IPPs in the country. We have about 10,600 megawatts of energy projects in our portfolio. And I'm also here with my business partner, sitting to my right, Nico van Veek. You can stand up and wave, Nico, if you want a bit. Yeah, that he is there. See, you can see he has a bald head a bit. So any questions that come that are difficult to answer, I'm going to redirect them to him immediately. So that's why he's here. Okay, so just to give some background into the energy problem from our point of view, if you look on the screen, you'll see the graph on the left of the slide, showing exactly what was expressed earlier by other speakers, that electricity prices are increasing at a dramatically fast rate. Okay, and in this instance, they are increasing at a very high rate, even past inflation. So this just shows that for the average household consumer, it is getting more expensive over time to afford electricity and buy it. In terms of the environmental impact of coal production, we just did a summary there. I won't go into detail, but you can see that the results are very adverse to the environment and to our water resources. So we use about 1.3 liters of water per 1 kilowatt hour on average now. And we use about 1 kilogram, we release about 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide per 1 kilowatt hour produced. So that is obviously an untenable and unsustainable, situation, and we need to address it sooner rather than later. The other problem, that's one problem, or from one perspective. We then have another problem that compounds the problem I described now, and that is a third of Eskom's plants will be at the end of their lifespan by next year, basically. Okay, so there's 15 plants listed on that slide. This information comes from Eskom. So typically, a plant should last for about, I would even say, if I'm pushing it 40 years, but you can push it up to 60 years. Some of them are even getting to that 60-year period. The ones highlighted in red are already well above the 40-year lifespan. So that's an imminent issue that is going to basically realize by next year. Okay, so not 10 years from now, by next year, which will further compound the issues that were raised by the other speakers of City Power's reliance on Eskom. So that reliance on Eskom is not looking so good. So we definitely do need to accelerate independence of the city of Joburg in terms of power generation from Eskom. So that's another problem. The other problem we've picked up, based on Eskom's integrated report from last year, is if you look at the 2020 column on that integrated report, you will notice that there was about 214,000 gigawatt hours, so gigawatt hours, not gigawatts, that they produced. And a year later, in 2021, that's down by about 13,500 gigawatt hours. So apart from electricity becoming more expensive and the plants reaching the end of their lifespan, of course now we're producing less electricity now, or Eskom is producing less electricity, 13,500 gigawatt hours less electricity, and energy losses are increasing. So our energy crisis, in city of Joburg, but generally in the country, is really a crisis. It's actually a pandemic. I do wish that we would make more noise about this pandemic, than the COVID pandemic. Everyone is wearing masks now, so we're all complying. And I think events like the Indaba are good to raise this level of awareness and to treat the energy crisis or the energy pandemic as seriously as we have treated the COVID pandemic. Because in my view, it's also a matter of life and death in many instances, whether people have power or not. The economic impact of that decrease in generation We extrapolated it here, but I don't want to go through the whole mathematics of the slide. But basically, according to Mina from Nova Economics, the cost of load shedding on the economy is roughly 9.53 rand per kilowatt hour. Okay, that results in losses of over 120 billion rand if we have to quantify the economic impact of load shedding that we face every year. So this is a huge crisis. You know, it's really a huge crisis, and renewable energy projects are no longer a nice to have. It's actually something we should do as responsible citizens of this country and responsible businessmen and responsible government officials. It's something we need to do and take serious. But all is not lost, fortunately, because of companies such as ourselves, and I'm sure companies represented by the gentleman sitting on stage here. I am a bit saddened that I only said gentlemen, you know, not ladies and gentlemen sitting on stage. Anyway, issue for another day. But for the ladies in the audience, just know that I'm also gender conscious. I'm there with you. So if you guys accuse people of being sexist, just exclude me. Publicly today, I'm excluded, I'm exempt. So, I mean, there's various technologies available, you know, fortunately, in the renewable energy space. I'm not going to run through all of them. A few were mentioned by the executive mayor earlier on that City of Joburg is looking into. Obviously, we play more in the solar and wind energy space, but there are various technologies to consider when you want to go natural or renewable. And this is the evaluation criteria we would use, you know, typically, and evaluation criteria we would suggest that even City Power uses, you know, when you rolling out your RFP process. You know, these are the elements you would consider basically to test the feasibility of a renewable energy project. I hope this slide will be made available, you know, to you post this event. And I'm not rushing through the slide, but I don't want to go into every single detail, because I'm sure most of you sitting in the audience already know these things. So when we assessed City of Joburg in particular, we believe that there's about, you know, these 6 options that are best and optimal for the city to consider. So solar PV is there, grid tie, solar PV with storage, wind grid tie, wind with storage, and diesel, and then natural gas, which is clean. It's clean energy, but it's obviously not renewable. I did hear earlier on the executive mayor and some of the speakers are making reference to natural gas. So it is clean, it's just not renewable. But this is what we thought, you know, given the topography of Joburg, the weather conditions, and so on and so forth, the land space, that these would be the most viable projects to consider if we want to take this city off the grid. So I did hear, actually, just by the way, I heard from someone credible, that Stellenbosch municipality thinks or believes that they will be off-grid in the next 2 to 3 years. So they're wheeling the power from various areas, but that came from a government official at Salga, that Stellenbosch municipality says they're going to be off-grid in the next 2 to 3 years, which is a very, you know, it's a good story, it's positive, because it shows that it is possible and we can also achieve it. You know, so these are just some of the benefits of using solar PV and wind, just coming back to the presentation, that it's modular and easy to install. You know, you get electricity within a few months, so you start realizing your returns there. Obviously, there's no carbon dioxide emissions, there's no noise during generation. It's reliable and proven technology, and it's encouraging now that there's been solar panels that are being introduced to the market that can give a 30-year guarantee instead of the 20 to 25-year guarantee. So that will make the project life, that will increase the project life, you know, significantly by 5 years. So all of those developments are very encouraging for the future of solar, and why we should start thinking in that direction. So of course, it also makes financial sense. You know, I heard a gentleman earlier mentioning who's going to fund these projects. government definitely does not have the money to finance these projects. We definitely need to raise private investors for this international financing, which fortunately right now, the investment community seems very, very interested and eager to invest in renewable solar projects in South Africa. We're speaking to various of them ourselves, and the interest is quite keen. So I wouldn't say that's really an issue. I would say the main issues were highlighted earlier. I won't repeat them because I believe everyone here was paying attention. But the regulatory issues that were mentioned about the duration of PPAs and other regulatory issues that were mentioned, I think those are our main issues as IPPs, not necessarily the funding. So if you've done a proper feasibility and your project makes financial sense, it's quite easy to raise the financing, but we do need to go past those regulatory issues that were mentioned by the various delegates earlier on. So as I mentioned in the beginning, we're an IPP. We have key capabilities in finance, development, and management of renewable energy projects. As I mentioned, right now we have 10,600 megawatt in our portfolio. We always looking out and increasing our portfolio, acquiring new projects or partnering with other people on their projects. Let's say if they need financing and we have it, or if they have land, land that suits the requirements for us to put up a solar farm, then we'll partner with those type of people. So we're always on the lookout for those type of projects, if there's anyone in the audience. And we're obviously always open to partnerships with funders and investors that are also keen to invest in renewable energy, solar in South Africa. There's just a picture of roughly where some of them are within our portfolio. So specific to Gauteng, so we do have some projects in Gauteng that we are developing at various phases of development. And the biggest one out of that list is a 100 megawatt plants. Okay, so we're splitting it in this manner because the biggest we are allowed to build is 100 megawatt per project. So it's actually a 2,000 megawatt project, but it's 20 by 100. So we'll separate it just so we meet the regulation. But that's the biggest one you see there, and that's on a farm outside Carltonville for the private or Eskom market. So we hope to have discussions with City Power about these particular projects that we're developing, some more advanced than others. But I remember the chief engineer mentioned that you don't mind sitting with us and showing us how we can connect to the grid and so on. So it would be very interesting to have a conversation with you to understand how we can do that for these particular projects that we're working on. At least I can see you, eh? It's young eyes. All right, so, I mean, there was another idea thrown around earlier in the conference about how people are using rooftop spaces and so on. So, I mean, we do agree with that view that there's a lot of real estate for solar projects on government building roofs. We have assessed some of them, and they're actually very viable. So it's just an idea we're throwing out there that that should be considered. We're losing a lot of. I mean, we're not maximizing that rooftop space right now, but by installing solar PV, we can and dramatically reduce also government's reliance in general on Eskom. Thank you. That is my presentation. She was giving me a countdown, so I ended on time. Thank you very much, and I look forward to engaging with all of you. Thanks.
Thanks, Tukulucho. You challenged us that renewable energy is no longer a nice to have. And to the city, you ask, or you actually encourage them to know that it is possible to get to a point where you stay off the grid. Importantly, I actually sat down with the guys. I would usually just go down to the floor. Then I realized I actually have quite a strong manel happening. A male, come on guys, it's afternoon. A panel made up of men. So I figured, let me sit with them so that I can clear up the optics. But you know what? Sometimes we're at a point where we're very sure that it's not just about the men or women, but it's actually about, around the skill set that's on the table. And these gentlemen are proving themselves worthy and formidable in the industry. So my next speaker is Mr. Aaron Young. He's from EY Cover. EY Cover supports businesses through green government programs to deliver sustainable results. I guess, you know, there's that word again, sustainability, that pops up everywhere. So I'm going to ask Mr. Aaron to come up. Please don't forget, 20 minutes, ne? Thanks.
Karen, I hope so. All right, thanks everybody. Good afternoon. So yeah, I'm Aaron Young, I'm from EY Cover. I've got about 8 years of experience in the waste management industry primarily. And for the last couple of years, I've been working specifically in the carbon credit space. So today I hope to speak to you guys about a topic that is quite fresh and quite new, and just shine a light on what carbon credits are and what they can do for the just energy transition, and particularly from a sort of a waste management perspective. So that's just the agenda for the presentation. Okay, so yeah, as I said, the purpose of the presentation for me today is to highlight how carbon and carbon credits specifically sit at the intersection of energy, the just energy transition, and waste management. So throughout this, I'll be talking to you guys about what type of projects make carbon credits, or can carbon credits come from? How do we get there? What are the process? What are the costs involved? What are the potential profits that we're looking at? And how sustainable is this as a market and as a business case? And I think finally, we'll touch on a few practical examples of potential projects or projects that are currently operational. So when we start with the question, what are carbon credits? I think first and foremost, carbon credit is a tangible, tradable commodity that you are able to get through a project of yours that you own or somebody else owns that either does one of three things, and those are either removing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, they are reducing greenhouse gases from being emitted to the atmosphere, or they are preventing them from being emitted. So I think we all know the big GHG, or the big greenhouse gas, as CO2. It is the main one. I think about 64% of all GHGs in the atmosphere these days come from CO2. Second on the list is that of methane, CH4, followed by nitrous oxide. Interestingly enough to note, so a carbon credit is basically equivalent to 1 ton of CO2. So if you have a project that, for example, a landfill gas project, for every 1 ton of CO2 that you prevent being emitted to the atmosphere because you've now captured the gas and using it for electricity, or you're flaring it, that is equivalent to 1 ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. So 1 carbon credit, 1 ton of CO2 that you've prevented from being emitted into the atmosphere. And interesting enough, it's just worth mentioning that methane is the second most abundant greenhouse gas in our atmosphere. It has a global warming potential of approximately 28 times more than that of CO2, so it's 28 times more harmful to the atmosphere than CO2. Nitrous oxide is about 250 times more harmful to the atmosphere. And a very small gas that exists in our atmosphere is sulfur hexafluoride, and that is about 23.5 times more harmful to the atmosphere than CO2, although it makes up about 1% or just less than 1% of the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So these are the different greenhouse gases. A carbon credit project is one that either prevents them from being emitted or reduces that, or actually removes it from the environment, such as planting trees and increasing forestry, but we won't be touching on that today. So now that we understand what carbon credits are, it's important for us to understand what mechanisms there are around Now that we've established, okay, I've got a project, it can generate carbon credits, now we need to understand, all right, well, what mechanisms and tools, bodies, associations are out there for us to say, okay, we've got a project now, how do we quantify it? How do we register it? How do we get this into the markets? How do we actually get to the point of getting a credit attached to our names that we can sell into the market and that we can start generating revenue from, so that that money from being sustainable and being clean ends up in our pockets to help us refinance the next projects that are coming along the way, and it's a positive perpetual cycle that we can get into. So on the right-hand side of the screen in front of you, those are the three most common international standards that are available for registering carbon credit projects on. The first one is the CDM, Carbon Development Mechanism, that was started by the UNFCCC. It has at the moment, I think, sort of been halted for a while. Vera, which used to be the voluntary carbon standard, has now been rebranded to Vera. They're probably the most recognized carbon credit standard in the world at the moment. Just under there, I've listed their subcategories or their sub-standards that they have within their body, and then gold standard as well. And gold standard specifically focus on any projects that tick a lot of the sustainable development goals. You can register them as a gold standard project, and typically the credits under that standard are worth a lot more money than those that would be registered through other standards, because they're exceptionally green, and investors are willing to, and people who want to get to net zero to offset their own carbon emissions are willing to pay more money for them because they have such a great impact on the environment and the people. So there are so now that we understand that there's standards, there's methodologies that we can use to get the carbon credits, the next thing is, okay, well, where do we go and sell these, where do we sell these credits and who do we sell them to? Importantly, the first one is that there is a local market for credits in South Africa, and that is directly as a result of the carbon tax that was promulgated in 2019. The headline tax rate when it first came in was at about what was 120 Rand per ton. So companies who were within the carbon tax net, they, for every ton of CO2 that they emitted, there were a few savings implemented, but essentially 120 Rand per ton that they had to pay. Therefore, as a carbon credits holder, I could walk around and find somebody in the local market who's currently paying carbon tax and offer them my carbon credit that they can use to offset their carbon tax at a price that is less than the 120 Rand per ton as the carbon tax. Now, the price of the credits in the local market is all driven by supply and demand. So if there is a large supply of credits in the market and a low demand, the price is obviously going to be very low. But where we sit at the moment is that there's a high demand for carbon credits in the local market at the moment, and there's very little demand. So the price that people are achieving for their carbon credits at the moment, the headline tax rate is 134 Rand per ton. You're probably getting close to about 120, 115 Rand maybe for a carbon credit. In other markets such as Sweden, for example, though, they've had carbon tax for quite a while, and their carbon tax rate at the moment is sitting at 100 euros per ton. So what's that, almost 2,000 Rand per ton. So there's a big difference between the developed markets and developing markets. However, our markets are moving in the way of getting there. So those are the local markets, and the international markets are the voluntary markets. So they are set up by countries, let's say, for example, in Europe, who want to achieve net zero. They've done all that they can to reduce emissions from their processes, from their projects, from their plants. They now want to go out to the market and find additional carbon credits that I can purchase from you that reduce my carbon footprint. That market at the moment is actually on its way up quite nicely as well, but I think we'll get into that later. So yeah, quick summary of the carbon tax in South Africa. I think we mentioned it, 2019, there was a phase 1 and a phase 2. We're still in phase 1 of that. And big comments on that is that, and I think I'll jump to the next slide, is that the waste industry falls outside of the carbon tax net for now, which is a real benefit for the waste industry. So if you're looking at waste to energy or something like that, or anaerobic digestion, or producing alternative fuels, RDF, whatever it may be, even composting or other waste management activities. Any project of yours that generates carbon credits in the waste sector, you do not have to use it to offset your carbon tax because you're not paying carbon tax. So you're exempt from paying carbon tax, and those credits you can use directly sell either into the local market through the Carbon Tax Act into the COAS system, which is the South African Carbon Offset Administration System, or you can sell them into the international and voluntary carbon market. So particularly, I think this is a big benefit for the waste industry. So just to briefly highlight a level of the different sectors that carbon credits applies to. I've highlighted the ones that specifically relate to waste because my presentation is quite waste related, but just also need to mention that when we look at energy, the top left one, any projects that you can look at that offset what in South Africa would be as a baseline consuming electricity that comes primarily from Eskom or from coal-fired power stations. So wind, solar, hydrogen, all of those projects have the potential to register and claim for carbon credits because they are establishing a new baseline, they are producing clean energy, and it's going into the grid as carbon emission-free energy, as opposed to where I think the value is on Eskom's power stations at the moment, for every 1 ton of coal that they consume, 2.5 tons of CO2 is emitted. So those projects have the capacity to register as carbon credit projects. We're looking at industrial processing projects, wastewater treatment works, if there's any anaerobic digestion or composting, livestock and manure is also there. If you've got a lagoon with animal waste in it, you can cap it to produce biogas. Again, you're preventing methane from going to the atmosphere, claim for carbon credits. So there's a wide sector, even to construction, and especially the forestry sector. So I just wanted to highlight that the range of sectors which carbon credits apply to is vast, and I think it's really important that we need to start having these conversations, understanding what, who, why, when, and how do we get involved. And where we come in and how we get involved is, as EY Cover, we take a primarily consulting and advisory approach to, it could either be for IPPs, it could be for waste management companies, it could be for any of those sectors that I've mentioned who have a project that carbon credits applies to. We would take the role of guiding through the process of now, okay, we want to have a carbon credit project and we want to be recognized for this and we want our money in the bank for what we're doing. What is that approach in the middle? That's where we come in. So we first undertake a feasibility study because it's a very technical industry in terms of all of the eligibility criteria you've got to meet, additionality criteria. The methodologies are quite complex with the formulas to exactly quantify how many carbon credits can you claim for, what process are you looking at. So we look at the feasibility study, we take it through to the application process, then there's a validation process and a verification process, which is essentially third-party registered auditors come to your project, they look at it and they go, all right, we're auditing us, give the results, give us the calculations, let's make sure that what you've said is essentially true. We register that project with the standard holders, we get it approved, and then the last phase would be actually getting the carbon credits and then assisting the project owner to trade them, whether it is to the local market or the international market. So yeah, basic business model around carbon credits is that your year one costs, which is the blue bar in front of you, are significantly higher than the following years because that is where the bulk of the costs sit to get the project to the point where it can be registered. I think at the moment in South Africa, as an example, you're looking at about R1 million cost to get a project up and registered and verified. So in year one, the cost of actually realizing how many credits you have generated and being in a position to sell those credits is about a year. That costs about R1 million. After that, every single year, you only need to go through a verification process. And a verification process is just every year going back and looking at the calculations and quantifying and saying, okay, that's how many credits I got this year. And that is approximately 350 to 400,000 Rand at the moment. The costs of going through this process are going to be coming down in the near future, I would imagine, as there's a local South African carbon standard that is busy being developed with the sole purpose of reducing costs so that smaller projects or smaller IPPs or renewable projects can actually be registered on a standard and can claim credits for them. In terms of revenues, I know that the revenues I've set there every year are flat. Realistically, they're increasing at, I think it's CPI plus 2 or 3% per year, as laid out in the local carbon tax. So that's in the local markets. However, in the international market, current prices are at about $6 per credit. And by 2030, they are expected to increase to about $50 per credit. So it is an exceptional increase in the amount that you can get paid for carbon credits in the near future, which will make projects that we're not able to claim for them be able to claim for them more. And again, that just attracts investment. A lot of investment companies forward buy credits by giving you the capital right at the beginning for the 7 years of a project, even up to 20 years. Some carbon credits projects have the ability to claim carbon credits for up to a 21-year period. So just some examples, things that we've probably already spoken about before. So looking at anaerobic digestion, composting, I've said BSF there, it's not very relevant, but it's a project in Kenya we're working on at the moment where a company is taking organic waste that would have gone to landfill. They're now feeding it and they're farming black soldier flies. The larvae produce are high in protein and they turn that into an animal feed. That process has been registered as a carbon credit process. As an example, we're looking at the moment, about a 700 meters cubed per day wastewater treatment plant, anaerobic digestion plant. And the feasibility that we've assessed on it is that at that scale, they would be generating about 3 million rand in revenue at about 100 rand per credit. So again, that price at the moment is a bit higher, so easily feasible. Looking at refuse-derived fuel, again, waste that would have gone to landfill, you're looking at your unrecyclable, combustible dry material of the waste. So if you have a MRF and you separate your organics out to one side, goes to anaerobic digestion, you separate your dry general waste out to go to the other side. That dry general waste produces RDF, which is an alternative fuel that is used in cement kilns currently in South Africa. You could look to put it into gasification systems. And we've looked at about a 250 ton per day plant. RDF plant will produce anywhere between 10 million rand to, I think it was, about 6 million rands revenue per year. Landfill gas capture and flaring of energy, something that we've looked at. A lot of the waste that we generate in South Africa, I think the figure is about, in 2017, the State of Waste reports was 42 million or 40 million tons of general waste generated that year, with 90% of that going through to landfill. So the capacity for us to be able to utilize waste in a way that I think can assist with meeting the just energy transition, as well as looking to promote a circular economy and being able to generate carbon credits and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I think the business case is all there. For example, a plant, one of the projects I worked on was about 1,000 meters cubed per hour of landfill gas that was captured. So through a gas reticulation networking system, it was flared, and just from the capturing and flaring of the gas, not even producing electricity or compressed natural gas, that project was generating about 60,000 tons per year at 100 rand a credit. That's about 6 million rand a year revenue just from that project. So in summary, I think that carbon credits has the ability to really provide an important and catalyzing role in the just energy transition by seriously strengthening the business case for sustainability and providing critical additional revenues and investment. And I think that beyond the energy sector, carbon credits additionally have the ability to drive the circular economy by directing finance and revenue to projects through the selling of carbon credits. I think that although the realm of carbon tax and carbon credits is relatively new, the African market and even the global market is growing at an exceptional rate. By 2030, as I mentioned, the voluntary carbon market is set to increase from $6 per ton for a credit at the moment, going up to $50 per credit. So I think that speaks for itself. From solar to hydrogen, waste to wind, I think that carbon credits should seriously be considered as a significant economic driver, profitability driver right at the start of your projects. I think it really has the ability to impact making projects more feasible. So thank you for your time, and I hope it was interesting.
Thanks so much, Aaron. I have learned today is that 1 ton of CO2, 1 carbon credit, $6 today, I can make $50 in a couple of years. So I'm kind of like floating in the NFT space, you know, the NFT of energy. That's great. So I'm actually, my company, I do ESG comms, so I'm always interested when I learn a bit more about new spaces. And I guess as we speak about the road to just transition and we have conversations around new things, we see how important it was that the city also put UNISA on the program earlier on. So I hope that they're still here as we increasingly having conversations about what the industry is doing and some of the changes that are happening. But importantly, what we need to do within the academic space to ensure that there is the capacity to be able to take on jobs in the new spaces that are coming up. So my next speaker is no stranger to the gas industry, but importantly, he took South Africa's first shipment on the 25th of November 2021. It's quite an important aspect when you dealing with energy, when you're dealing with the gas space, where we've previously only really played in the LPG space. So to have had that shipment come through in the LNG space, a very good move. Congratulations to you. So I'm going to introduce my new speaker, Mr. Aldworth Mbalati from DNG Energy. DNG Energy is the leading delivery of liquefied natural gas, LNG, in South Africa to fast-track the adoption of a cleaner and cheaper fuel alternative in the market. As a 100% level 1 black-owned African entity, DNG, with its partners, aims to create a pan-African liquefied natural gas supply network. And over the next 5 years, DNG will be investing, I don't know how many billions, but he will tell us, in infrastructure to bring this affordable energy alternative into the local market. Aldworth, please join us. You two have 20 minutes, and I'm very strict on time, gentlemen.
Well, I'm Tsonga, so there's no ending to my
The world
speech.
is constantly searching for a cleaner, more sustainable energy source to help satisfy our growing demand, while minimizing the negative impact we have on our planet. One of the most exciting and innovative solutions for this problem is liquefied natural gas. When natural gas is cooled to minus 162 degrees Celsius, it becomes a clear, colorless, odorless liquid called liquefied natural gas. It's a liquid that is non-toxic, non-corrosive, non-flammable, and is a cleaner burning fossil fuel. The liquefied natural gas value chain consists of 5 phases: exploration and production, refrigeration and liquefaction, where the natural gas is converted into its liquid form, shipping and transportation, using specially designed containers that maintain the liquid state throughout transportation, storage and regasification. Receiving terminals consists of LNG storage tanks and regasification facilities that convert LNG back to its gaseous state. Lastly, the gas is sent into the pipeline system for distribution to end users.
Well, thank you everyone for having me. The gentleman before me and the other one have already done a good job, so I don't know what to say anymore. So I'll throw my notes away and speak to you from the heart. You know, when you read once in a while, you get to read some interesting facts. I recently discovered that Africa will be one of the most populated continents in the world by 2040. And currently, as it stands, I think we are 19.3 years of age in average. So I would like to raise a round of applause to everyone in the room that we still all qualify to be teenagers. We can afford to do silly stuff. So why am I talking about that? Why am I talking about us being a generally young population? I'm talking about that because it espouses how we ought to think, how we ought to solve our problems, and the level of priority in terms of which programs matter in order to achieve what. If you look at Johannesburg literally as a teenager, you have a few problems at your hands. One, you have a serious housing issue that you need to grapple with because those teenagers all of a sudden will start looking for homes. How are you going to house them? That's the first and foremost one. Secondly, if you're going to house someone, it means that you need to give them a job. If you need to give them a job, it means that you need to give them infrastructure. If you need to give them infrastructure, it means that you need to find other supporting ways in order for them to thrive. So that is the very nature that we are sitting with today in terms of a problem. I read today that the mission of the city is to do three things. The first thing is to create equal opportunities. And I believe that energy today creates an environment where we are in a position to create equal opportunities. The second mission of the city is to remove inequality. And by creating level playing fields in terms of making sure that every citizen within the city gets equal opportunity for energy, it means that that level of inequality can be eradicated. And the third aspect is to make sure that we have social cohesion, right? And as DNG, our mission is very simple. We are gas people. Gas is a very interesting commodity in a sense that it acts as a binder and a supporter to all the other renewable programs that are out there. Why do I say that? For example, you've got sun for a couple of hours, you've got wind for a couple of hours. The CSIR has done a study that based on the wind and sun resource in this country, for every 5,000 megawatts of renewables, you need 1,000 megawatts of energy or LNG or gas to power. That allows you to create a very unique situation of having low levelized cost electricity that is supported by an energy source that gives you a base load solution. And that is what we want as a city when we are moving into a cleaner environment. And gas today is there to support that. And there's another aspect that I want to challenge everyone around the room in terms of the notion of saying that gas is a clean product. Yes, it is. However, gas can go even further and deliver a much high impact solution. How? The answer is very simple. If you look at, for example, city of Johannesburg has a lot of substations around. We are in a position to put through our virtual pipeline systems, let's say 10 megawatt units with gas, with minimal regulations involved, and within a period of 6 months, you've got power in the grid. You can start stabilizing that grid network in a decentralized manner, but you can start harvesting the CO2 that you get out of there. And with CO2, you can do some very interesting things. We've got a lot of land that is not used in the areas of Carltonville and other surrounds. You can start farming roses. I mean, you've got an international airport which is called ORT. You can use your CO2, you can go farming, harvest your roses and take it elsewhere. It is just one of those hypothetical examples that can be made a reality in terms of using the entire value chain of the commodity that you have. So gas plays a very huge role in terms of making sure that it can create a further economy and further employment opportunities. Lastly, as my introducer here has said that we have started bringing LNG into the country. And ever since we've done that, we've achieved a lot of things, and the results are quite astounding. One of the things that we found out is that we've got a customer that takes freight from Johannesburg to Durban. That customer alone has saved over 38% of their fuel bill in the last couple of months. And that has increased their level of profitability and sustainability whilst reducing the amount of carbon emissions that goes into the atmosphere by 60%. So in a nutshell, what we are saying is that to the city and to everyone that has been here, as guest people, we are here to support you. We are here to make all the renewable solutions to be a base load factor. And also to the city, we are here to ensure that we can give you rapid deployment of power at a cost-effective price in a renewable manner that allows you to create job opportunities. I thank everyone for taking the opportunity of listening to me. Have a good day.
I want young people, guys. Hey, they're the best. He said 20 minutes, Mutu tells a story in 7 minutes flat, and you've heard everything he has to say. Thanks, thanks so much. Really outstanding work that your company is doing there, Aldrich. And I think as the country gets to develop and learn more about LNG, companies like DNG will be the driving force behind educating us and getting us to that next level. And I like what you said is, you know, gas is seen as a cleaner fuel, but it can go so much further. And we look forward to seeing more of that, because I think a strong theme of this afternoon's conversation is really around this just transition space. But my next speaker, Mr. Wanda Madigizela, who also says that he wants to cut his presentation short because he's going to do it in a different way. And that's all because we're also thinking about tea time for you guys, right? Wanda is the CEO of DCGO. So DCGO provides efficient, accessible off-grid solar energy solutions to currently unserved customers and communities. Their energy solutions are available to all customers through affordable and adaptive pay-as-you-go packages, which range from basic lighting to a full suite of low energy and direct current appliances available from DCGO. Thanks, Wanda. Please come.
Thank you very much. What a time to be here. First of all, I think I need to speak with, I think, whoever was scheduling the program, because I've got the young giants here. They're speaking a lot of megawatts that I can't even imagine. Great presentation, guys. I think what I'd like to do, really, is just to take you on a journey. You know, I don't want to do the whole presentation in terms of slide per slide. Usually my concentration drops at about 2 o'clock, so I wouldn't do that to you guys. So basically how we started, 5 years ago, I would never have imagined, you know, having to work in the informal settlements. I used to fear informal settlements. I'm embarrassed to say so. And little did I know that I'll be finding myself having to have a drive, you know, within the informal settlements. And I remember we sat on the table and like, okay, what is it that we can do within the informal settlement that could, you know, lead the people to live decent lives, you know? Something that could be affordable, something that could be efficient, something that could lead people to have hope, you know? And one of the things that we came about is, how about we introduce the microgrid systems that will essentially power up households within the informal settlements, you know, with packages being very affordable. And we actually wanted to have a very strong relationship with the community so that they could essentially protect the very same infrastructure that we have that's going to assist them as well. I need to check. How do I go to the next slide? There you go. Okay. In essence, What we then introduce is, okay, within the informal settlements, what are we solving? What change and difference are we bringing within the informal settlements? One of the biggest solutions that we had is, impactful change and difference. Secondly, sustainable job creation. How do we then do that with just one infrastructure? We designed a tower, a solar tower, that can actually connect 16 households within a radius of 45 meters. Now, within that 45 meters, with the 16 customers, they can then choose what packages they can have based on the size of their pockets. And remember, we said that they need to be very affordable, they need to be very efficient, and they need to be safe as well within those communities. Because there's been a lot of illegal connections. So that problem, we needed to come with a solution that would circumvent that issue within the informal settlement where you find kids dying due to a live wire that is on the road or that have dug or did a bit of trenching underground, but it's still live, and kids play, and that cable gets exposed. That was issue number one. Issue number two, there's a kid that wants to study up until late, and sometimes they fall asleep using a candle. How do we circumvent around that? Lighting and charging. That was a light bulb moment. From there onwards, how do we then impact and a change and a difference within those communities? Localized employment. That's our business mandate. We needed to employ people from within the informal settlements, train them because most of them, they don't have the skills. So we needed to train them, upskill them, and then employ them. And we've done that so far. From 5 years ago, we've got about 196 employees within Disigo that we have employed from the very same communities that we have. Our biggest site is Dipslot, where we've got about, 380 towers. That power up all the people that have no electricity whatsoever, but our business model goes this way. We cannot tap into an industry or an area where ESCOM has got plans within the next 3 to 5 years of electrification. When they don't, due to or based on the social facilitation, we then engage into an initial stakeholder engagement and social facilitation. That's when we do a lot of interaction with the relevant stakeholders. There will be the councillors as well as the municipalities that is responsible for that informal settlement. And then from there onwards, there's a lot of engagement as well with the community before we can actually roll out. So that's one of the proactive measures that we take to entrench a very strong relationship with the communities that we work in. Currently, we have got 5 informal settlements that we work in. The 5, Dipslot being the biggest. We've got Malachi, which is right next to Lanseria Airport. We've got Lion Park, Reimsech, and then Mooiplaats in Pretoria. We are also expanding or planning to expand in Ekurhuleni as well as the city of Tshwane. With that being said, I'd like to show you how a tower actually looks like, which is basically the model that we use that has generated so much revenue for the business, and how we've actually structured in sustainable employment within those communities. Firstly, these are the current packages that we have. So as a start, any potential customer, when they want to be part of the Disigo services, they pay 200 rand, I think it's 100 rand service fees. I think because it's 2022 now, we increase the price every after 5 years. So it's 200 rands now. It's just a connection fee, and there's a once-off connection fee, and then they can then choose the packages that will actually suit them. So this is the basic package where when they pay 200 rands, the installation team, within the informal settlement that we work in, they put the in-house lights, which is 3 inside lights, 1 outside light, and then a DB box where they can charge the system. That very same DB box, you can connect a DC fridge, a DC TV, and a DSTV, okay? As well as a big refrigerator or chest freezer. So those are the packages that they can actually choose from. So our system work in a pay-as-you-go system, where it's a 30-day payment system. So they pay $195 today, right, using a DiscoGo voucher. And then that electricity will give them 30 days of service. So after 30 days, they pay the monthly service fees, as we can see on the screen. So we are also legally compliant with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Free Basic Electricity Policy, Electricity Regulation Act, Non-Grid Electrification Policy. These are the legal compliances that we make it a point that we adhere to, so that we don't get to be in trouble with anyone. Where there's a grid, an ESCOM grid, for example, we don't tap into that space at all, because that will be against the business model, as well as the compliance. So in essence, what we have come across, we needed to prove to ourselves that our proof of concept actually works before we can start engaging with government. And we've done that so far. I think currently we are just below 4,000 customers that we have within the five sites currently that we're operating in within these informal settlements. Oh, there you go. Okay. Another product that we introduced to the informal settlements, we wanted, on the educational side of things, we actually wanted kids to have information in the palm of their hands. We then introduced a data today fiber internet service provider, where now on a speed, our Wi-Fi speed is 60 megabytes per second, right? And then it's 5 rands for 24 hours, meaning that it's unlimited, uninterrupted internet, where people can actually download, they can stream for 24 hours for just 5 rands. So that's one of the products that we have introduced within the informal settlements, because we wanted to drive the educational aspect of things, where if they're staying home due to COVID, they can be able to have access to information at a very cheaper data prices. And that we've piloted the project in 2020 as well as 2021 for 11 months. We actually planning on expanding the project from next month on the 20th of June. That's the map of Diepsloot, where we are planning a full-scale rollout of the fiber network within Diepsloot as the initial phase of data today. The technology that we use, as I've said earlier on, we've got a tower that connects about 16 households within a 45-meter radius. Those customers can then choose what packages that they want, and then customer service can actually assist them in selecting the packages that they want on a 30-day pay-as-you-go system. So that would be how a tower actually looks like, and as well as the technology that is inside the tower. So basically what you see there, we've got a remote system where there's a control room at the head office, and then we can literally monitor the tower as well as the in-house system from the office using the technology. So we can actually connect remotely and see what is happening with the tower as well as the in-house system from the house. Just want to play, if you can, I just want to play this video. Ma'am, can you assist in? Just want to play the video. Oh, there you go, there you go. I think it's, yeah. So this is Diepsloot where we started, where we've got about more than 300 towers that we've connected onto the grid, onto the Diepsloot informal settlement. So that's essentially how a tower looks like. So each and every tower has got a street light at the benefit of the community where we don't want them to pay as part of our social giving to the community. So I found that in a street, we could have about 4 to 6 towers with all the street lighting as well as the customers connected to it. Overall, that 45-meter radius. Thank you so much.
No. Thank you so much, Wanda. I loved what you really said around bringing dignity to communities. And I think it's important as we think about the impact of what we're doing today and the collaboration around the table that ultimately bringing about energy security for a lot of us is about bringing dignity. I did share earlier on that on the coldest weekend of my life, when I haven't been to Joburg in a long time, I froze the last 2 days when there was no electricity, and I couldn't have imagined what a lot of people were going through who every day don't have access to electricity. So as we walk through the next 2 days, I really do hope that the solutions we come up with, as we've seen around the table and as we hold hands together, are really going to be something that will bring about what you raised, bringing dignity to people. So before we break for lunch, for tea, geez, I'm trying to give you lots of lunch breaks. I'm gonna give you a tea break for 10 to 15 minutes. But I wanted to leave you with one of my favorite African sayings, which really goes to the power of collaboration or doing things together. And it essentially says, when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. So if everybody came around the table to do this, we could really tackle this mammoth task of energy security. With that said, please be back here by 4 p.m. after the tea break. Thank you.
Can everyone that's outside please start coming in now? We need to start. Can the people at the door please tell the people outside to start coming in? The people that are closing the door now, can you please ask the people outside to start coming in? Okay, while they do that, I'm going to ask the following people to just come to the podium in the meanwhile. Mr. Mtobisi Masinga from Green Buildings Council of South Africa, Mr. Martin Bueta from A Thermal, and Mr. Thomas Garner, CEO of Earth and Wire. Can you please come up to the stage in the meanwhile? Good, how are you, man? KB, can you do me a favor? Can you please just ask people at the door if everyone is in, and then I can start. I want to get you guys a bigger audience. No, there's still people outside. Tobias, are you good to kick off? Yeah. Okay. All right, we're going to start while everyone else comes in. So our first speaker coming up on stage is Mr. Mtobisi Masinga. He's the CEO of Green Buildings Council of South Africa. Just a bit about the company. The Green Building Council of South Africa was formed in 2007 to lead the greening of South Africa's commercial property sector. They provide the tools, training, knowledge, and networks to promote green building practices across the country and build a national movement that will change the way the world is built. So please put your hands together for Mr. Masinga as he comes to the podium. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just points of clarification. I'm actually not the CEO of the Green Building Council of South Africa. It's Lisa Reynolds. I head up sustainability, city resilience, and further business development within the Green Building Council of South Africa. But I also head up the World Green Building Council's Africa Regional Network, where I focus on policy and advocacy for the whole region of Africa. All right, so to begin us this afternoon, we'll take you through my presentation, which is Pathways to 2030 and Beyond. We've heard the emphasis on the year 2030 and, of course, beyond. Net zero, I'll talk a bit on net zero, talk about energy efficiency and certification. But I'll also touch on sustainability and climate change. I think what's important in this depiction, perhaps, for this room is just to look at that illustration with the various pinpoints in Africa. And just about 2.5 years ago, we only had 9 green building councils in Africa. But now we're at a point where we have 14 green building councils in Africa. So, you know, we're having Mozambique that's just joined us, Zimbabwe's joined us, Egypt, Ethiopia, Nigeria's back again. They were gone for a while. And so it's growing. I mean, of course, this goes without mention that there are other green building councils like Ghana, Cameroon, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Namibia, Botswana, Mauritius, and so on. All right. I think with this pie chart here, what's important, I'm sure maybe you might not see it that clearly. Sorry for that. That bigger orange part just represents the larger member representation within the Green Building Council of South Africa, and that's usually our professional services, so your architects, your designers, and so on. But that 1% that lies in the pie chart that's green in color next to the maroon there is government. And I think it's quite crucial that our member representation, and when I say our, I talk about us as the country, government's representation in the Green Building Council is much, much larger. We need to be growing that scope. And I'll emphasize why the importance of this. We have seen much more participation from government's perspective. We're working with government from a multitude of angles, whether it's policy and advocacy, whether it's legislation drafting, whether it's projects and programs, education and training, and certification, of course. These are just some of the membership benefits. I won't get into them, but just I think what's important for the points of this afternoon is the Paris Agreement, SDGs and ESG alignments and advisory services, and of course, capacity building and skills transfer. So in order to begin the green building journey, these are the types of questions we usually ask: why, what, who, and how. And I will tell you, I will answer all these questions shortly. The most important part as well is engaging with stakeholders, the awareness of it, and in this engagement also comes training. And then through the training, we've got bespoke training programs in introducing governments into the green building movement, or the green journey as I like to term it, because ultimately it's not just about certification of buildings, which is most of the buildings, a number of buildings you'll see here in Sandton. As a result, actually, we are currently sitting on over 700 buildings we've certified in the country, which is quite ahead when we have to compare with the rest of the continents, but we're working with the rest of the continents to also grow those numbers, and I will mention the importance of certification too. And these are just some of our tools that we use in certification. Green Star is the tool that we use. We use it along with Australia because of our climate conditions, and of course it's customized to the African climates, not just a carbon copy footprint of just Australia's tool. These are just some of the interventions. I think what's important is to inspire behavioral change through information and capacity building, because through information sharing and knowledge sharing can we only change the mindset on the people on the ground, the people that are implementing, and the people that need to know what is actually happening globally. Some of the opportunities with the certification of green buildings is financial benefits, eco-loans, green bonds, I'll touch on that too, supporting on the green journey, the alignment to local, national, international sustainability goals, climate change, and net zero. So why green buildings? A green buildings, as a point of departure to define it, is a building which is energy efficient, resource efficient, and environmentally responsible, and incorporates all of this in its design, its construction, and its operational practices. But I think what's important being an energy Indaba is this depiction over here, because almost half of all the energy generated in the world is used by buildings. More than half of all the resources are used in construction, meaning 40% of that is in end user consumption, 40% is in solid waste generation, and 12% is in freshwater usage. And I cannot overemphasize the importance of that 12% figure, because we know that we are a water scarce country. We get a lot of our water from Rand Water, of course, yes, but also Lesotho. And with all the flash floods happening, and we've had a scare of day zero as well, so it really puts our water potential at a risk as well. But moreover than that, it is important that we have buildings that don't waste water, you know, taps that are not forever dripping, taps whether in buildings or in schools that are not forever dripping. So if we're talking building efficiency, when we look at the bar graph there, that largest bar graph, the first one talks to buildings, the next is agriculture, industry, energy supply, forestry, and so on. But the most important part of that orange part of that bar graph is that those are low-cost emission reductions. So buildings produce, or rather give us the low-hanging fruits in carbon emission reductions. So that's where we have an opportunity to change our story, to meet these targets of 2030 and 2050. Buildings present us that opportunity to do that. And most of us, as we sit here, a survey was ran, and that we spend more than half of our lives in buildings. We live in buildings, we work in buildings, we go to school in buildings, we have meetings in buildings, we go to restaurants in buildings. We spend more than half of our lives in buildings, and the energy consumption of buildings is ever increasingly important. And what type of energy we use and how we use it and how efficient that energy is very important. So the top 3 benefits, just to highlight them, is for the planet, for people, and for economics, and I'll get into that. Some of the drivers, of course, it costs less to operate a green building. Unlike most people think that it actually costs more. Yes, it costs more to build the building, but in time you make your money because it's cheaper to maintain a green building than it is to maintain an ordinary building that needs maintenance all the time. The lifts are always breaking down, and so on and so forth. Higher returns on investment, linkages to SDGs and ESG. It is definitely a market differentiator, and it is principles of responsible investment because these are buildings that are water efficient and energy efficient. This is just a repetition. But again, if we talk to ESGs now, of course, we're talking to the environmental part, which talks to climate change, energy, water, waste, the social parts, the building, the safety, the health and well-being. And I'll talk about a survey that talks about this just now. And of course, from a governance point of view, it's the audits. So this is very important as we sit here because we are sitting here and it's City Power and it's the city of Joburg. Just to highlight something that we've been working with the cities, the 4 mentioned cities there. These 4 cities being Tshwane, eThekwini, Johannesburg, and Cape Town joined the C40's Cities SA Buildings program back in 2018. We started doing the work in 2019. Ultimately, the whole purpose of this work was to try, one, to get the cities to develop climate action plans, which the cities are working on these, but also what's important is to get green building policies for these cities, green building bylaws for the cities, and eThekwini being ahead of everybody else right now, they've already have a draft green building incentives policy. So what this says is that if you invest in green, you save on taxes and you make more on your tax rebates. So this is also creating an environment where investing in green is not just an environmental thing or a social thing, but it's also a financial thing. There's financial returns in investing in green. And as of about a few months ago, maybe 2 months ago, Ekurhuleni just joined in. So welcome to Ekurhuleni for joining the bandwagon. So 5 of our cities now in South Africa are part of the Paris Agreement. And as part of that, of course, their declaration is towards net zero carbon buildings. And our first target is 2030, which then stipulates that we need to have all new buildings net zero carbon by 2030, and by 2050 we need all new buildings and all other existing buildings net zero carbon by 2030. And I must say, I mean, government has made good steps towards certifying some of its portfolio, especially if you look at the Department of Public Works and various other tenants under the Department of Public Works, that Department of Environment. Some of you, I'm sure, know the Environmental House in Pretoria. That's a Green Star rated building as well, highly energy efficient and water and resource efficient. So that is the point. So it is great that we're seeing more and more change. Of course, we still have 3 other metros in the country, let alone the 200 odd other municipalities in the urban periphery, or be it the rural and urban continuum. This is just the cost of inaction that I just wanted to highlight, that if we don't, so we've got a lot ahead of us. If we don't meet the target of 2030 of all new buildings net zero carbon, because that way we have the opportunity to drop these 50%, 40% of the GHG emissions globally are from buildings. And I talked about the energy consumption being 50% as well from buildings. So it is important that we do these necessary steps to try get there. I mean, certification on net zero carbon buildings is one way. There's many other interventions that can be put into place, but I'm just representing this from a water and energy efficiency point of view for buildings, right? So if we don't meet our target for 2030, let alone our target for 2050, which is basically all buildings need to be net zero carbon. Mind you, the World Resources Institute, through the Department of Resources and Labor in the United States, had an article in 2019 that only 1% of the buildings globally are net zero carbon. So we still have a very long way to go. We are in the year 2022. I'm not sure if some of you saw the climate clock in New York Times Square that was exhibited in 2020. If you haven't, do yourself a favor. Go to Google and write climate clock, and you'll see exactly just how much time we have before the adverse effects of climate change are no longer reversible. As it stands today, I'm going to show you the clock later. I think we're sitting on like 7 years, 162 days. We've already seen what's happening in our country alone as a result of adverse effects on climate change. So if we don't do these necessary changes, the whole point of the Paris Agreement is to try and keep global temperature surface increase by 2 degrees Celsius. We're trying to aim for 1.5 degrees Celsius Celsius by the year 2050. But if we don't meet these ambitious policy targets, we're going to be sitting on 2 degrees Celsius globally, but that translates to 4 degrees Celsius in South Africa. As a result of our geographical positioning. And if we continue to not do any action again and low investment on that, by the year 2100, which all of us here will not be around to see that, I think, but our future generation, which we are planning for, will get now globally, we will have a global temperature increase of 4 degrees Celsius, which then translates to 8 degrees Celsius in South Africa. And we all know what will probably happen to agriculture, plant and fauna and flora, human life, and so on. Of course, now this just reiterates, as the Green Building Council of South Africa and the World Green Building Council, that certifying buildings to go green talks to the SDGs as well. So just as a business case, I don't know how much time I have, I'm just going to be very quick. Okay, so let me just jump on these, apologies on these. Anybody wants to know about green bonds or eco bonds, please come and nudge me. I'll be more than happy to explain. I think the most important part is for me to get to the net zero part. I can talk quite a bit. So this is just the introduction to the net zero part of this presentation. So I mentioned the green building movement and I mentioned its importance. So if we look at 1990 to 2015, we had ordinary buildings in the country. The green movement then started taking shape in 2005 to 2015. Then we had this rapid uptake of the certification of green buildings in the country by 2017. And then, of course, I mentioned these ambitious targets by the Paris Agreement. But then in between, we have this gap. We've had COVID. We've had, many issues globally. And in between here, we need to get our policies set. We need to get our investments set. And we need to start implementing. We only have 8 years to try and meet the first target of 2030. And of course, if we do meet this target of 2030 and then we move forward now to 2050, we will then have these net zero carbon buildings by 2050. And ultimately, what we want is these regenerative, resilient cities and healthy communities of the future. So these are just our project area targets that we wanted to focus on. We call it the Race to Zero as the World Green Building Council. So it's just to increase awareness and education around net zero, achieve alignment and commonality, and just to expedite uptake in the global markets and the sharing of market leadership examples. I think what's important on this graphic here is that, our project framework incorporates our targets, dates to achieve this by 100%, of course, if we're looking at 2030 and 2050. But what's important as well is that we look at the whole life carbon vision of buildings, so being net zero operational carbon and net zero embodied carbon. And in order to get there, we need capacity building and skills transfer, so that's training through the GBCSA Academy. What's important also is collaboration and stakeholder engagement with various partners, not just ourselves, in undertaking this journey. We need government participation. We want to work with governments in order to achieve this, because government creates the enabling environment for policy and legislation to be adopted. And of course, from the private sector, it creates an investor-friendly environment too. I think in this image here, the whole point of highlighting this is that we have partnered with Carbon Trust in a project to develop a project on the EPCs, which was the National Building Energy Performance Register. We've highlighted a number of buildings that we've chosen, and we're working on this in order to facilitate this change on energy efficiency. These are just some of the green building councils across the globe. Here, I think the most important thing that I wanted to highlight was what I just said. Government's climate policy, that policy component from government and the investor relations part, where it creates an enabling environment for a symbiotic relationship for working in those triple Ps. That's just the whole point of this diagram. This is just highlighting priority areas for net zero carbon in South Africa. You can have a read on that. I won't go into detail because I think I'm out of time. The only projects I wanted to highlight that we currently have 5 certified net zero carbon projects in South Africa, Vodacom being one of them, and then the other 4 being the rest there. But yeah, I'm sorry, I had a lot of information, but thank you very much.
Sorry, No, that was useful information at least, eh? Sorry about that. We just have to keep to time. So the next speaker Is Mr. Martin Bota, he's a project manager. Is the title correct this time? The one I'm reading here? Okay, good. So he's a project manager at A-Thermal. Just a bit about the company. A-Thermal is a technology-based company with highly qualified and determined personnel, offering world-class solutions for clients that meet South African and international standards. Their focus is to ensure that they preserve the environment for future generations, and their drive is to ensure that they engineer the best possible solutions for waste treatment to meet the specific needs of their clients and customers. At the same time, they aim to maximize individual potential. So their founding director, Dr. C.M., it's a Greek surname, I'm gonna try. Eleftheriadis, is that it? Okay, got it. His quote is, they aim to maximize the individual potential of the employees and as they develop new solutions, looking for a greener tomorrow. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Martin Bota to the podium. Thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for having me here to speak this afternoon. I will be speaking on waste to energy, which is a very big topic. So I'll try and focus a bit on the basics first for people that might not be so familiar, and then also speak to applications in South Africa, in Gauteng, and what we've tried to do as a company to work towards this. So as you can see, waste to energy, we've got a skip of household and general waste, and we want to try and make something that can be useful in a different respect. In general, to recover the energy. I've got a picture there of some carbonized residue which we made from hazardous material, and that can be used as a coal substitute in any combustion facility. As I mentioned, I will touch on what's considered best practice, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to do what everyone else is doing in the world. We need to do something that will work in Gauteng and that will be cost effective. And we've already heard how we need power in Johannesburg, at the same time making jobs and also preserving the environment. Just for some background, we do operate a treatment facility in Olifantsfontein. We've been operating since 2004, treating all types of general and hazardous wastes thermally, and with a bit of recycling and recovery. So when we talk about waste to energy, what exactly is that? Because sometimes I think it's a buzzword that we've never really thought to unpack and understand what's going on. In general, waste can be classified into two categories, general and hazardous. And the sources are either domestic or industrial. Industrial being the big chemical companies or industrial applications, mines. And then obviously domestic and commercial are more what you have at home. So what happens at the moment? Generally, most of the waste goes to landfill, and I think we know that. In South Africa, it is licensed, although there's obviously some illegal dumping, unfortunately, and the different classes of landfill are legislated very well. So we do not have a legislation problem at all. Now we focused on making sure everything's implemented and that it's regulated correctly. So then, if that's waste, what is the energy part? Well, we can transform the waste into heat, steam, electricity, or even fuels. And some of these things are easier than others. What's quite nice about going towards the end of the program is that I've had the opportunity to listen to the other presentations. And I think you'll find that as we go along through here, you'll hear a few variations on a theme. Themes of landfill gas, making sure that biogas is utilized. We've already heard of pyrolysis of tires, which would be the fuels application. That is quite difficult to do, speaking from experience, but it doesn't mean we can't do it going into the future. As I mentioned, South Africa has very good legislation on both the waste and the energy side. So what are our options in general? We've got the landfill option where we harvest the landfill gas. We've got the wastewater treatment works where we take biogas from digesters. We've got organics, which we use anaerobic digestion. Or we can use waste as a fuel substitute, such as cement kilns and other boilers. And then there's the last aspect, which is the very difficult one, which is the big combined heat and power plant. This is a dedicated thermal destruction plant, although in South Africa, we're going to struggle with using the waste heat. In Europe, this is done because it's cold and they need hot water. In South Africa, we're more of a warmer nation, although currently it's a bit chilly, but it's quite difficult to use that waste heat. However, we do need the electricity. So that's more of a background. And now, when we speak waste to energy, I think that also sometimes we tend to focus a bit too much on the energy part and forget about the responsible waste management part. What we really want to do is we want to make sure that we protect the environment. Namely, we want to protect the air, the water, and the soil. And hopefully, as we continue through this next section, you will see how waste to energy must maintain the protection of those three aspects. I've got a few case studies in South Africa. A couple of these have been mentioned before. I deliberately have not put company names on this because I didn't know if I was allowed to or not, but I think that hopefully everyone can work it out. In Durban and eThekwini, we've got the Mariannhill and Bosasa Road landfill gas engines. In Johannesburg, we've got the Northern Wastewater Works gas engines, again from a wastewater treatment works. At the Kwamashu Wastewater Works in eThekwini, there's a fluidized bed reactor, which is a sewage sludge incinerator. Although that doesn't have power generation, it can be upgraded to do that. We've mentioned the anaerobic digestion, gas engines, bronchosprate and athlone, and then the cement kilns, which can receive waste. So that's what we've currently got. So what's the next step? A couple of pictures. From a national level, we're expecting the waste to energy roadmap to be published quite soon. I did try and find this before today, and I couldn't, so I'm not exactly too sure the current status, but I believe it should be being published quite soon. And then we know that in 2017, there was a feasibility study for the city of Johannesburg. This was mentioned earlier, and I believe there are some projects that are coming out from that, which is exciting. So then, what is the best practice in waste management? And this is now relating down to a household level, something that for the city of Johannesburg, we've got Pick It Up to come and remove most of the household waste. To what extent can we do source separation? Pick It Up are working hard to try and drive this. To what extent can there be recycling? Again, an option. But we must bear in mind that with the recycling products, some of the people that take the products back are quite fussy. Practically, we've tried very hard to do glass recycling, but to get a bottle back to the source in the condition that the source wants it is not always that easy, but it must be there. Lastly, we've got the thermal treatment option, which again, I'll speak to that a bit more in a couple of slides. These are some statistics from Pick It Up. The last 5 years, waste management for City of Johannesburg. You can see the amount of waste produced, and a good number to remember is 3,750 tons per day on average. That's what Pick It Up is taking and removing. 3,750 tons per day. So tomorrow, there's another 3,750. If they miss a day, it doubles. That figure does not go away. So for us as a company, what have we tried to do to look at waste to energy and to be making sure that we offer environmental protection? A Currently, we've got an operating facility in Olifantsfontein, as I mentioned. We operate both thermal desorption and incineration. Thermal desorption being a two-stage thermal process, where the first stage is at 600 degrees. We produce a carbonized residue, as you saw in the first picture. And then all the gas goes through 1100 degrees in the secondary chamber. And I've got a little picture of 1100 degrees there. It's just one big, bright, very big flame. And nothing survives 1100 degrees. So we receive material from all over the country and Africa as well. And we licensed both at a national level through the Department of Environmental, Fisheries, Forestry and Environment, and also locally, we actually in Ekurhuleni for our air emission license. The second part to the slide here is that we've completed an application for doing power generation. Currently, we don't do power generation, but we are planning to put down a 200 ton per day facility, which we estimate will produce about 14 megawatts. And that's more or less what we think our site can handle. Oh, the critical part here is that we're doing 200 tons, but we need a solution for 3,750 tons per day. So we're not exactly too sure yet how to make up that difference. And that's where events such as today are very important to engage and hear what other plans are in the area and how we can assist to maybe bridging this gap. So in terms of how to actually do this, if you're going to set up a waste energy plant, you do need environmental authorization. If it's a new facility, you'll have to conduct a full EIA, which will be through the national department. You will also need an air emission license, which is generally handled at a municipal level. The national department will also issue a waste management license. And then there's registration with the national energy regulator, and finally connecting to a grid. And that grid can be dependent on local energy requirements, whether you're going to feed to your neighbors or whether you're going onto the Eskom grid, City of Johannesburg grid, or maybe another grid that's coming in the future. The one thing I do want to highlight is protection of the air and the atmosphere. I think waste to energy, one needs to understand the air emission limits are very strict. And I've just put two tables up, which is from our current legislation. The first for a coal-fired combustion installation, like one of the Eskom ones, and you can see that they've got a particulate matter concentration limit of 50 milligrams per normal meter cubed, whereas a waste-to-energy plant will have 10. So that's 5 times less. The other factor to consider is that if we're planning to process 200 tons per day, I think that one of the big power plants will do 200 tons perhaps in an hour, if not shorter. So the air emissions, first of all, the concentrations are much lower, and second of all, there is a far smaller processing rate. Again, I mention this to put things in perspective. What does a waste-to-energy plant look like? Very basically, there is a furnace or a high-temperature reactor. There's energy recovery, which is generally a steam boiler, and that's where you have power generation, exactly the same as a coal-fired boiler. And then you will have quite a sophisticated gas cleanup system, depending on the type of waste you are treating. To give an example of scale, we estimate that if we're doing 200 tons per day, we'll be receiving about 40 trucks per day, 2 trucks an hour. And again, the key part here is making sure that all your infrastructure around you and your facility is geared up for the logistics, because you do not want to, if you miss an hour, you've got to then process 4 trucks the next hour, and that accumulates. Very important to have these things sorted out up front. This slide we've taken from something that we did for Pick It Up, and what's called integration of logistics, where if you want to do waste to energy for municipal solid waste from all the households, you have to think very carefully about how to get it to your plant and where you integrate your MRFs or your material recycling facilities along the line. This is not so straightforward to do. Generally, it will be done by consulting engineers, and then this will be fed back to the city as their recommendation. This one in particular uses 5 landfill sites, 2 MRFs, and 1 pyrolysis or thermal plant for the disposal. Finances. Again, we need to talk, how much does this cost? Currently, we compete with landfill disposal costs, which are much, much cheaper. Landfill, you're looking at about 120 to 150 Rand to tip 1 ton of general waste. There was an excellent feasibility study done for Nelson Mandela Bay Metro in 2014, where they looked at a wide variety of options. One of their scenarios that they proposed was a 185,000 ton per year plant with a gate fee of 483 Rand per ton, in order to make financial sense, in order to get funding and have the project set up. So that was done in 2014. So the question that we have as industry back to government and policymakers is, how do you close that gap from 480 Rand a ton to 150 Rand a ton? We also need to factor in that landfill space is limited, and what is the next step there? We also have to factor in access to waste, which is a key difference to the other renewable energy options such as solar and wind. The sun is there, we can use it. But if we as a private company need to have access to the waste, who owns the waste when it gets collected? Does the city own it, or does the household own it? It's an interesting question. Generally, when the city will have a collection, you are paying the service to the city for your waste to be taken away. Does the city offer a waste to energy option for its residents? And does that get reflected back on their rates bill, so that the residents can have a choice of which option they want for their waste disposal? 2 minutes. As mentioned, which is quite positive with the City of Johannesburg and City Power operating within the framework of the MFMA, it looks like that's becoming a lot more possible. So to conclude, a couple of starting points that I'd like to present. I think the wastewater works are an easy starting point because they're existing and they're already generating gas. We've also heard about the impact of CO2 and carbon credits that can be benefited. Landfills are more difficult to implement than one expects. This should be done on a case-by-case basis based on the age, geology, and rainfall. Again, consulting engineers will be best to advise here. What are the next steps for Nelson Mandela Bay and the City of Johannesburg? I think that there's a lot of literature and a lot of feasibility studies done. Hopefully, these can be taken to the next step. The last point I'd like to make is on regulation and red tape. I heard a wonderful comment earlier where the strangulation of red tape would be removed or something like that. When when the Department of Energy released the RFP for risk mitigation IPP, these were the documents. 1,328 pages to go through in order to submit a proposal. That's quite a lot. If you can make that easier, you'd have a lot more people on board. So to conclude, waste to energy must be responsible and environmentally sustainable. Protect the air, protect the water, protect the soil. And hopefully we can see some more plants coming up in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Martin Botha. That was a very insightful presentation. on giving some of the technical details around waste to energy, which was brought up throughout the course of this event today. Our next speaker is Mr. Thomas Garner. He's coming back to the podium in a different capacity this time. I'm scared now to name people's titles because 3 times it happened that we call people CEOs and then they have to clarify that they're not CEOs. They're scared that their bosses are going to think they are doing a coup at the Energy Indaba. So, Mr. Garner, before I introduce you, do you want to tell me, are you the CEO? You're not? Okay, it's good that I asked. But you are from Earth and Wire? Yeah. Okay, so it's good to ask. Okay, so Mr. Thomas Garner is coming up from Earth and Wire. And just a bit about the company. Their vision is to be South Africa's most customer-centric energy brand, providing affordable, reliable, and clean energy to all South Africans from all walks of life so that they can build lives of confidence and prosperity. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Garner to the podium.
Thank you. Great, thanks for that, and apologies that you have to look at me for a second time and it's on the same day in graveyard shift. I'll try to make it as snappy as possible. I'm not going to repeat this, but our vision is really to be customer-centric. We want to move away from a place where energy is a gripe type of buy from customers, and we're working hard on getting it. We really try and innovate. We want to supply the consumer and the customer with reliable, high quality, affordable, clean energy. We've got a very experienced team. We've got large tracts of land signed up, and we're busy developing quite large projects. We've got around 1,600 megawatts of permitted, shovel-ready projects that we can start building. We've signed up around 450,000 hectares all across the country. Eastern Cape, Western Cape mainly, then Northern Cape a little bit. In Mpumalanga, we've got one project currently and expanding on it, and then in the Free State as well. Mainly wind and solar, large scale. Then with one of our sister companies called Fusion Energy, we've got 2 small hydros in the Fish River in the Eastern Cape. We've got some gas to power projects in Namibia, a green hydrogen project in the Eastern Cape, and then large-scale battery storage projects all over the country, and then some biomass projects in which we replace coal, mainly in thermal solutions across the country. Around 17 gigawatts of wind under development, 19 gigawatts of solar, around 9 gigawatts of battery storage, close to 600 megawatts of hydrogen-ready gas in Namibia, and then we're working on 36 gigawatts of grid access, 765 and 400 kV lines and substations. We're doing around 100,000 tons per annum of biomass, and then the green hydrogen project in the Eastern Cape is actually an e-methanol project in which we want to supply e-methanol to the Dubai Trade Port in Durban to build fuel cells. They're already doing that, and we will supply some of that methanol, 120,000 tons per annum, of which 25% will be for local use. So, because we've got such a large portfolio, the energy doesn't come all from one site. And that's quite good in terms of that geographical risk of, number one, if the wind doesn't blow in a certain area, or there's clouding for the solar, or there's a grid outage at a certain area. So as a company, we can then supply from different areas. I'm not going to go through that list. It's typically a solar resource map showing where the good solar is. Same for wind. Then you've got the red zones, the renewable energy development zones, in which there's less of environmental impact assessment work that needs to be done, and typically only basic assessment needs to be done there. In terms of our projects pipeline, there you can see them listed. I don't want to go through them into detail, but you will see in the Eastern Cape, we've probably got around 12, 13, 14,000 megawatts of capacity that we can build. Northern Cape around 5,000, and then in the Free State around 1,000, and some smaller volumes in other areas. That's the project locations. One in Namibia, Walvis Bay, called Nathaniel Magoluli, and then across the rest of the country with most of our portfolio in the Eastern Cape. If you talk about shovel-ready projects, we've got Pitfontein, which is a solar project in Ekurhuleni, Haverfontein wind project in Mpumalanga, and then we've got the Western Priority Area, south of Somerset East, and then Slimson 2, which is a solar project just outside of Malmesbury in the Western Cape, and then Nathaniel Magoluli in Walvis Bay. If you look at that slide, you'll see, as an example, the first project, solar, Slimson 2, 10 megawatt, in 2 phases, around 26 gigawatt hours per annum, and we plan to have commercial operation date in June 2023, and we probably going to sign the power purchase agreement this week with the off-takers, and there's 3 different off-takers in Johannesburg, in Sandton, but on the Eskom grid that will buy that power. And then you can see the rest of them following, making up around 7,000 gigawatt hours per annum of energy that we can supply into the grid in the next few years. Just a few slides on the project Slimson 2, that's in just outside of Malmesbury, 2 phases. Haverfontein, you can see that just outside of Carolina. That's the Nooitgedag Dam, one of the Eskom dams, also supplying cooling water. Pitfontein, solar outside here in Ekurhuleni. Iholis is one of the wind projects down in the Eastern Cape. Same with Hamlet, Reading, Ripon, and then we've got Solaris A and B, around 600 megawatts of solar, and then there's also Sun Garden right next to it, another 600 megawatts of solar. Here we've got the Worcester RCL projects in terms of changing it from coal to biomass, and that biomass comes from the Breda River area where we take out an invasive alien species, which then also increases the water table in the area. Nathaniel Magoluli Power Plant, imported LNG, and then a fully permitted site ready to build. We're also working on large-scale transmission projects, and the reason for that is all the transmission and grid connection points has already been taken up. We know from REAP Window 5, lots of challenges in the Northern Cape around grid, and we're physically building large-scale grid projects. So in the Eastern Cape, south of Somerset East, we've paid the budget quote fee to Eskom about last week in April, and we're busy in the final detailed design of 1,300 megawatts, 400 kV main transmission substation that will connect all of those projects to the grid. We're also looking at a 2 gigawatt transmission connection in the Free State, as well as in Tuispunt, close to Imansdorp in the Eastern Cape, and then a 10 gigawatt development in a place called Klipplaat at the south of Aberdeen, also in the Eastern Cape. That just shows you the power corridors, and here's now the 400 kV MTS that we're busy working on, connecting all of those areas into one main transmission substation. And just to give you an idea of scale, from the southern point to the northern point, there is probably around 50 kilometers. So it's a large-scale area. There's the 132 kV lines then that will feed all of those different projects into the 400 kV MTS. And that's the layout showing on the right-hand side, the 2 yellow 400 kV lines coming from Poseidon down to Grassridge. There's another one on the left-hand side that will also be looped into that site. Then the next big project, and our biggest project, is in Klipplaat, and there we need to connect Gamma to Grassridge. Eskom is busy with the last work around a piece of land expropriation, and then in the middle of that we will then be building a 765 kV transmission substation and then 5 2-gigawatt main transmission stations to feed all of those projects into the grid. Jersey, same thing, Tuispunt to Grassridge, large-scale grid connection, 400 kV line from Tuispunt to Grassridge to open up the Humansdorp area to wind and solar. Senekal, there you can see the purple lines, I think is the 765s, and the green ones, the 400 kV lines, and we'll be developing a large-scale MTS in that area as well. Deelsville in the Free State, near Perseus, some solar projects there, which will connect into Perseus. And then Hopetown and the Pit Solar in the Free State. There's good wind as well there, but there's lots of bird activity, so we'd rather not develop wind farms there, but the solar sites is looking good. There's just a larger photo or map of the pit, and you can see the Van der Kloof Dam just to the east of that. Haverfontein North is in Mpumalanga, just north of Carolina. You can see there the dam, and then up against the N4 in the north. So that is the pipeline of projects that we're busy working on. Around, as I said, the 1,600 megawatts of that is almost shovel ready in the final stages of appeals processes for EIAs. And we are focused as Earth and Wire on the private offtake market. We want to supply businesses and consumers with energy and make sure that it becomes a commodity, and that in a few years' time, as I said this morning, you can buy electricity on your phone, and you can choose from who you want to buy it, from what project, in what area of the country. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful presentation. I can't wait for that time to come where we buy it off our phones, eh? Yeah, where it's a free market, a true free market, yeah. So I hope we can all be involved in taking that forward. Okay, so we're done with the speeches. We're going to now be going into the session where delegates can ask questions. Same rules apply as before. Please keep your questions or your comments to no longer than 60 seconds. If you do go over 60 seconds, I'm gonna cut you. So please do keep it to 60 seconds. I'll take a first round of questions. First round, I'll take 3 at a time, and then we can go from there. You can ask any of the speakers or people that presented, and they can ask your questions. They can answer your questions. Are the roaming mics here? Can someone please put up their hand or wave if they have a roaming mic? Okay, the roaming mics are not here. Can I please have roaming mics in here? Okay, there's a few. Okay, do we have any questions from anyone? Just please raise your hand. You need to raise it very conspicuously because this light is hectic, eh? That side, on the right. Oh, perfect. Actually, yes, please stand up and raise your hand. Thank you. Yes, 2, 3. Okay, got the first 3, perfect. There's no particular order, so we can start with the closest one. You can give it to the gentleman here first.
Thank you. Councillor of Britco, you were talking about the costs of taking refuse to landfill sites. However, we're going to be running out of landfill sites soon. So, and that is something I didn't see in your presentation. This cost will actually fall away when we haven't got any landfill space. And I'd like you to answer to that, please. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anthony Still. Can I ask that if the gentleman who gave the presentation on the towers in Diepsloot and Co. is still here, Does he have any battery storage in those towers, and how does he deal with 24/7 when it's not shining, when the sun's not shining and all that?
Thank you. The third gentleman is the one in front of you with, I think, a red blazer.
Yeah, good afternoon. I would just like to ask the gentleman that was presenting on waste to energy as to the movement in terms of the costs that are involved, as well as where does he position this waste to energy if one looks at South Africa being for the energy mix? Just to understand that and how then its future looks like amongst all other energy carriers. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, we'll first answer the first three questions and we'll move on to the second round of questions. The first gentleman that asked the question, I'm sorry, I didn't hear who you referred it to. Oh, waste to energy. Oh, okay. Perfect. So you have two questions to answer. Yeah.
Okay. For the question relating to the landfills running out of space, for me personally, I can't respond with a comment that I'm not in that industry. As a company, we operate a thermal plant in Olifantsfontein. We're not associated with landfill. But my recommendation is that it has to be talked about. The waste has got to go somewhere at some time, and this is where the municipalities need to make decisions, or private companies need to provide alternate solutions. So I agree with you, they're running out of space. In terms of costing, what I presented was from feasibility studies that have been done from consulting engineers. So the purpose there was to give an indication of where the two technologies are at. That leads me on to the second question, which I think related to where does waste to energy fit in South Africa. I think you've got to be quite careful about which technology you select as to the costing and what the opportunities are. So it does come down to feasibility on a case-by-case basis. My recommendation is that the wastewater plants have got a lot of potential because they produce a lot of gas. Also, it has the added benefit of upgrading the wastewater treatment works as a whole. You'll find that in order to maintain good gas production, suddenly the rest of the works needs to operate very well, and that will help improve the effluent quality. For us as a company, we've looked at a 200-ton per day plant because we feel that is something that we can tackle, and that is something we can get financing for, and that we will be able to source the waste at a variety of different price ranges in order to meet that demand. I think going forward, hopefully that 200-ton per day plant will be perhaps a first or a first version so that we can get a lot of information and perhaps make some more of them, perhaps go to a bigger scale. It's also important to note that the technologies from elsewhere in the world are expensive. Yes, you can buy a turnkey project from companies overseas, but if we want to develop South Africa, develop our own jobs here, we need to build this in-house. And that's, I think, where the opportunity does lie, and maybe we can get that figure lower. So I hope that gives you a bit more context in terms of landfills and finances.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. I hope that addresses all the questions. And then Wanda, yes. The question was, just to reiterate, the question was, do you use battery storage? If not, then how do you compensate for when there's no sun?
Thank you. All right. Okay, so there's days when there's bad weather, rainy days. So we actually use the battery technology. So for instance, it could rain for like 5-6 days, we've got a threshold management system where we can actually go for like 6 days, with bad weather, and you still have energy. On the 7th day, we implemented threshold management system where we'd switch the customer off in the morning at 8 o'clock just to allow the system to charge during the day. And then at 4 o'clock, automatically the system will come back on. So that's a threshold management system. Even if it's on a bad weather, as long as there's light, the system charges, to its optimum using the battery technology. So, and then at 4 o'clock, system comes back on, and then customer has got energy at night. Should it happen that it rains for, let's say, 10 days, we've had a worst case scenario in November last year where it was really, really bad weather. And we had to switch customers off on I think 3 days, just to allow the system to charge to its optimum. And what we then do, though, because it's a pay-as-you-go system, we don't want any of our customers to pay for a system that they don't use. So we actually credit the 3 days, that they've lost, so that on that 30-day period, we just add another 3 days just to credit them for the 3 days that are lost. So that's basically how it works, or via that threshold management system. I hope that answers the gentleman.
Thank you. We'll take the second round of 3 questions. Please stand up and raise your hand so I can see you clearly. Okay, one there, I can see one there. The second one there. No one from the left there. Okay, I'll come to you third round. So 1, 2, you can start, yes.
Your EIA seems to be quite stringent.
Excuse me, sorry. Who are you addressing the question to?
My name is Jerry Bentley, Apollo Renewable Energy.
Okay.
Your EIA seems to be quite stringent with, I think one gentleman said 1,700 pages or something like that. And that was for a 2 megawatt plant, I think he said. Is this going to be the same for waste removal?
Okay, thank you for that question. Just one clarity-seeking question from my side. When you say your, who are you referring to? To you. Okay, great. Second question was this side? Yes. No, okay, you can start that side, no problem. I think I must wear sunglasses, yeah?
Thank you. This is loud. My name is Dave Long. I'm an independent consultant, and I have a question for Mr. Garner of Earth and Wire. It would appear that he's got an abundant source of generation in his various renewable opportunities, and we know that the city of Joburg needs the power. They have aspirations to be self-sufficient. Perhaps Mr. Garner could tell us how he sees or what he would suggest to the city to do to make sure that generation joins loads. Would he, for instance, get the city to open up the access for the city to buy it and then distribute it? Or would he suggest that the city make it easier for him to wheel to private customers? And what about the billing and tariff systems? Surely there's a lot of work for the city to do to facilitate that side of it. Thank you.
Thank you. The third question, can the gentleman just please stand up again? It was this side. Is it you? Oh, there.
It's a lady.
Oh, it's a lady. Sorry, it's not. It's the. Trust me, I can't see anything from here.
Oh, you're forgiven. I hope you extend my 60 seconds.
And it's a beautiful lady. So I will extend it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bunolo from Imogen Consulting and Projects. I just want to ask a question in relation to waste to energy. Are we not maybe missing a link in terms of community involvement where we could educate our communities to separate from source as now we hear that even the landfills are becoming full. So that would probably assist the process to be easier and also assist in this generation of energy somehow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, while Mr. Ghana comes up, I suggested you maybe answer a few questions that were asked. Mr. Ghana, where are you sitting? Okay.
Thank you for the question. On the separation at source, I wonder if there's anyone here from Pick It Up who might be able to comment on that a bit in more detail. I think that is the intention of the plan as a whole, to separate at source. We also have to factor in that there is a big social change that may happen, because you've got the informal sector of the waste pickers to consider as well. So how that is integrated, that again, community interaction and consulting is critical. I am speaking primarily from a treatment point of view, because as a company, we're not so focused on collection. So if there is anyone here from Pick It Up who would like to comment further, they're welcome to. On the question regarding the EIA and the number of pages, I apologize if I think I was going a bit fast for trying to get it into the time. What I was referring to was when the Department of Energy released the risk mitigation IPP documentation, that pack, which you had to pay quite a large amount of money for, was about 1,300 pages long. That was the RFP documentation. The point was that it makes it very difficult for smaller generators, power generators, to have to process that correctly. We were looking at about 14 to 20 megawatts, not a 200 megawatt or bigger. But I imagine that there would be a number of other companies in similar situations. It's very difficult for us to process that information. To put things in perspective, the 3,700 tons that Pick It Up generates or collects a day, that would come out to between 120 to 150 megawatts of electrical power. So again, I need to stress that waste to energy, we need to focus on the responsible waste management rather than seeing how many megawatts we can get out of it. Without a doubt, we must try and use it to get the megawatts out. I just need to stress that we need to keep things in scale. We've also heard of the solar power plants that can do 100 megawatts as modular plants. City of Johannesburg, Pick It Up, you're looking at about 135 to 150. Those are the points of comparison.
Dave, thanks for that question on the City of Joburg and how you think we should handle it. Now, my personal opinion is to get around the challenges of the MFMA, get around possible challenges around balance sheets that bankers will look at, is to say, let the IPPs wheel through Eskom, through City Power's grid to the clients, and we sign up 300 or 500 clients, keeping City Power whole and the City of Joburg whole in the process. And then in that case, I think it is important that the city and City Power together looks at their billing systems and metering systems. I think Paul referred to that sometime during the day, that's a priority for them, so that we can get the wheeling sorted and done. I think it will be the quickest, and I think it is the way that it's going to go anyway in a few years' time. So we might as well start doing it now. And I think that will be the most optimal for all the players and for the country. If we can get it right in Johannesburg, Joburg can be a leader in it, and we can roll it out in other metros and other municipalities as well.
Okay, thank you for those questions and informative answers. We're taking one last round of 3 questions. This is the last round of 3 questions, so can the delegates please stand up and show their hands? Okay, there's one gentleman there. Anyone else? Okay, let's start with the gentleman and then let's see if there's other questions.
Movili Simba, asked earlier on, I presented myself earlier on, I introduced myself, but I'm from Simovi Nebla. Mr. Mbalati spoke about inequality, and Mr. Madikizela, he showed us the inequality, the scale of inequality in Diepsloot compared to Santon where we are. In this room, as we are, some of the people here are competitors because a lot of people want to get business from the city of Johannesburg. My question is not to Mr. Mbalati or to Mr. Madikizela, it's to city of Johannesburg. What are you going to do to promote equality in adjudicating if we call it tenders or whatever? The reason why I'm asking this is because in some circles, people are saying that we must do away with BE. What are you going to do to promote equality? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Is there a second question? Sure. Is there a second question? Okay, you can ask another question. Same gentleman.
Mr. Masinga, we are promoting green energy. We know that that is the way to go. You spoke about the Paris Agreement and how we must transform everything. And this is the way the world has to go. But as South Africa, we have to be as well realistic. We have a pressing problem now where we do not have electricity. We do not have electricity because of mismanagement. ESCOM should be actually capable of supporting our energy production as it is now. It is fossil fuel. We're going to do away with it, but we cannot do away with it overnight. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, they are making our task of energy transition very easy. But the reality on the ground is something else. When the Paris Agreement, we have pressure from developed countries. We have their own resources higher than ours, putting pressure on us to change quickly. And I think it's more a comment and a question. I think we are taking it just for granted that you can just follow them and do whatever they ask us to do, but we are not looking at our own situation on the ground. We want to borrow money. They want to lend us money for us to transition quickly to green energy. Whereas the stage that they reached here now where they are is because they used fossil fuel. And they are putting pressure on us. We are taking loan, the government, this should go to national because some of the issues are actually national. They are pressuring us to take loans so that we transition.
A few seconds left. I'm sorry to cut you.
Okay.
But,
now, the Paris Agreement, I don't know that you happen to be there. Do you ask about funding? Because we do not want to take loans for green, because they polluted the world. They must help with that, not to give us loans.
okay, so there are no other questions. Okay, one last, there it is. You can go.
Thanks. My name's Clyde Manninson, and I would like to
if I may, address some answers to the previous questions. So
You
first
may.
of all, I have a model whereby green bonds are raised either by the City of Johannesburg or by National Treasury or privately, but they are subscribed to by the citizens of Johannesburg. And the citizens of Johannesburg that are least able to subscribe to the bonds would actually get the cheapest loans from our own banking system to subscribe to those bonds. The bonds would build the wind and solar farms outside the meter, wheel electricity to the City of Johannesburg, take it through the City of Johannesburg, if necessary, to private clients. But the citizens of Johannesburg would actually own the wind and the solar farms by virtue of getting dividends from those green bonds. And the dividends that they would receive would be more than enough to repatriate the loans they had got from our own banking industry. So we don't actually need any assistance from anyone from Europe with climate finance. We can do it ourselves with our own 2 trillion rands worth sitting in the government employees pension fund and another 4 trillion rand locked up in private pension funds. And we also don't have to follow them. Just because they had First and Second World Wars doesn't mean we have to follow them. So just because the time of fossil fuels has come to the end at this juncture in history, we don't have to insist that we have to have our turn to use those fossil fuels when there are cheaper, better, cleaner, and greener alternatives.
Thank you. Mr. Basinga, can you please come to answer the second question that was asked? While he comes up, may I please ask for a City of Joburg official to prepare to come on stage to answer the other question that was asked about how will you ensure that there's equality in the RFPs and opportunities that are coming up. Any City of Joburg official. Thank you.
All right, firstly, thank you for the question or comment, because it was a question or a comment at the same time. So I will comment too. First and foremost, we understand history, we understand how things have moved in the world, but unfortunately, whether we are at the tail end or we are the ones that are not at fault for carbon emissions, we are the ones that are going to suffer the most because of it. So our inaction will cost us a lot. And as we've seen the flash floods, we've seen the droughts, the scare of day zero, we've seen I could go on for days. I mean, if you look at the R21, poor planning, of course, you will see that it's become just a flood zone and it's just a sponge as a result of hard surface infrastructure planning and not allowing to have those green zones for the absorption of water through infiltration. And so on and so forth. It's also a high potential agricultural piece of land. But coming back to the Paris Agreement, my point was from a position of policy, supporting policy, because it is important that we have policy in place to help with the just transition, to help with the green journey. And if we have the right policies in place, it's easier to either, one, train people, whether it's people on the ground on, listen, this is what's happening on the land now, this is how we need to address small-scale farming, or this is how we need to address infrastructure, this is how we can have sustainable infrastructure, this is what we need to have in cases of adverse weather effects, whether it be rain, hail, whether it be snowing, whether it be harsh weather elements, whether it be veld fires and so on. It's important that we respond somehow with policy, because through that way, we can have a collaborated effect as state or as government or as private sector or as triple Ps in order to address this. Now, from a finance point of view, thank you to the gentleman that answered. That was a terrific answer. And moreover than that, it's very important that yes, we own our own narrative and we work together, because truthfully speaking, all the answers for South Africa lie in South Africa. The only issue is we still have the same issue that everybody's been talking about for years. We still continue to operate in silos. People have answers, but people are still operating alone. So more than ever, it is just to preach to the converted, to say that we need to work together in order to address this, because climate change, whether you believe it or not, has been there before the brink of humanity, before we were all alive, before there were even human beings on the earth. Climate change has always been happening. It will continue to happen. But what we do about it will set the pace to at least drop the risk of the adverse effects a bit, so that it doesn't become a detrimental environment for human beings to survive on. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gents, thanks for the opportunity to respond here. So the question, I think, was really on equality, and there's a couple of issues around equality. I think the one issue around equality is the BEE component of it, and as far as that's concerned, prevailing legislation will be used to guide that. So the market should be open, and it should be geared also to developing black businesses from that point of view. But from the technical point of view, initially there was this idea to do one big RFI and call for all types of different technologies. And one thing we have decided at City Power is to issue RFPs that are more specific. Excuse me. So for renewable energy, the energy that comes in from the Eskom grid will be adjudicated separately to the energy that might be on a PV system on a rooftop, for example. So the RFPs that we are proposing to go out will be specific enough to make sure that the adjudication is fair, based on the technologies offered and based on where it's connected into the network. So there were, for example, renewable energy RFP, and there will also be an RFP for dispatched energy, excuse me, which could be PV plus storage, or it could be gas. And those things that have similar characteristics will be adjudicated as a group fairly within what they can offer. And they will also be capped, for example, in terms of the price that we would be prepared to offer. Remember, we buy power from Eskom at the moment. We know we're going to need Eskom for many years to come still. It's not likely that we can purchase power that's much more expensive than Eskom at the moment. So there will be certain price caps for those different categories of RFPs. And that should make it a fair and equal playing field for anybody to offer any form of renewable energy, excuse me, or dispatched energy. Thank you.
So guys, can you clap for him though? Yo. Thank you so much for those answers and those questions. This brings us to a close of day one of the Energy Indaba. So I'd like to thank firstly all the delegates for attending, for your participation, your contributions, your questions and your inputs. I would like to thank all the presenters and the speakers, myself included. Who's the celebrity that says, I want to thank me? Oh, Snoop Dogg, yeah. So I want to thank me and all the other presenters and speakers for your participation, the insights you provided, the very comprehensive and insightful presentations. I definitely feel hopeful about renewable energy in South Africa after today. This was definitely an insightful and impactful conference, day one of a conference. I'd also like to thank our honorable guests in absentia that are not here, the acting CEO of City Power, the executive mayor, and all the MMCs and councillors. Thank you. The best councillor in the room is sitting there at my table. Honestly, she's very good, so I'm giving you recognition. And then to close the day, I'd like to ask an executive at City Power, Saul Masolo, to please come to the podium, and he will officially close the day. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Just a note, as he makes his way to the stage, please make sure you keep your lanyards. So this is a lanyard. please don't lose it because you're gonna need it for tomorrow as well. So just please make sure you keep it safe. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Today has come, today has gone, and tomorrow morning is another day. But we're going home with one question not really answered, Mr. Program Director. There's a gentleman there who asked a question about who responded to the issue of funding, whether we can fund locally. There's another gentleman who spoke about whether we can access funding internationally. That's a good question for us to explore tomorrow when we bring the banks, when we bring DBSA in the building, when we bring GEP in the building, when we bring NetBank in the building. As we go home, let's pass through the exhibition center and let's go home. Thank you so much. Thanks very much for everyone. Goodbye.